Are you tired of being lonely? Are you unable to find good matches on Tinder? Tired of swiping through profile after profile with hardly a match, let alone a conversation? Do you feel like you could be better at this if you only had more conversations? But sadly, you need to be better to be able to have those conversations in the first place. Imagine if you had a Tinder app with hundreds of attractive profiles and you could match with any of them. Not one, not two, any of them. And imagine you could have fascinating conversations 24/7, 365 days a year with every single one of them without facing any rejections. Well, this is the app we're going to build. It's an AI Tinder app where you can swipe through hundreds of super realistic AI profiles and you can have actual conversations with these profiles. And we're going to build this together from scratch, right? And I'm going to show you the whole process every step of the way. And of course, to the lonely people out there, this is not going to solve any of those problems, but at least learn how to build a full stack application using Spring Boot, which is the best Java application framework today. And we're going to be using React, which is the best front-end framework. And we're going to be using AI because it's 2024, people. What else are you going to use? So this is all going to be in Java and JavaScript, and we're not going to write a single line of Python code. So if you're a Java or JavaScript full stack developer or aspiring full stack developer, this is a great opportunity for you to try out building this full stack application using AI. And I must admit, it's a really fun application to build. Let me give you a demo of what this app looks like. All right, so this is what the app looks like. It starts out with a profile page, which has the photograph, the name and age, and a brief description of the profile, right? This is not a real person. This is an AI-generated profile with an AI-generated photo and the AI-generated profile details, right? This is one of several profiles that we have generated using the code, right? And you can download all of these profiles by clicking on the link in the description. Just get them and save them to the project directory. I'm going to tell you how to do that when we actually build this application. But basically, you have a bunch of profiles like this, right? You have two buttons, the red X, which is swipe left, and then a heart, which is swipe right. Okay, if you like the profile, you swipe right. If you don't like the profile, you swipe left. And either way, you're going to get another profile. All right, let me swipe left on this. I get one more profile, and I swipe left, I get one more profile, and so on. All right, so these are all artificially generated profiles. Now, if I like a certain profile, what I'm going to do is I'm going to swipe right. All right, so here, let's say, okay, graphic designer with a love of art and aesthetics, enjoy museum painting and coffee shops. All right, so I'm going to swipe right, okay, and now I can go over here to my matches view where it shows all of the matches that I've had, right? Unlike the real Tinder application, every swipe right results in a match, okay? So you're automatically matched to any profile. We could build this differently and make it randomized, but these are AI profiles, and all AI profiles want to talk to you, right? So we have a match with this particular profile. Now I can click on it and I can actually start talking to this profile. I can send a message, and we have built an AI generated response that responds according to the persona that was selected, right? So this was a persona of somebody who likes museums and coffee shops. So it's the same persona that's going to respond, all right? So let's say I'm going to read, type something here. Museums and coffee shops. All right. Some message not indicative of an actual Tinder interaction. I get that, but just as a sandbox, all right? And this is a response I get back from Hannah, all right? It says, definitely there's something magical about getting lost in art and then discussing it over a good cup of coffee. What's your idea of a perfect day? So I can respond to that. I am always down for a cup of coffee. Well, I could say I am not such a big fan of art museums, but I'm always down for a cup of coffee. All right. So again, we are having this conversation. Okay. So, all right, no worries. Coffee shops are still a great place to chat and relax. What's your go-to coffee order? So these interactions have been coded in such a way that this person wants to know you and understand you and learn about you, right? There are going to be a lot of questions and learning about each other, which is what an ideal first Tinder interaction should be. Of course, real Tinder interactions are all over the place, but ideally, you're getting to know the person and learning about each other, right? So that's kind of what this is crafted as. And you can actually interact with this person and say, okay, I love a mocha. What about you? Right? So you can have these conversations and talk to this person as you go. All right. And then once you're done, you can go back, or while you're having this conversation, you can go back and swipe more and talk to more people and so on. Let's say I swipe to one more and then I go over here and I can have a completely separate conversation with this person, right? I can say, hey, how is it going? And then, all right, so this person is like kind of an outdoorsy, persona. So it's like she's saying, okay, I finished a run and I'm feeling energized and so on. So you can have these multiple conversations and kind of switch between them, and basically a simulation of Tinder, right? This is the app you're going to build. Now, this requires all of these profiles to be generated. So you can either generate these profiles yourself, or you can download the ones that have generated. All of the stuff that I've generated is available for you, okay? So you can basically just download all of them and basically talk to all of these personas, right? So go to the link in the description, which has the download bundle, right? There are different download bundles for men and women. If you're looking for men, there's a separate download bundle. If you're looking for women, there's a separate download bundle. So choose the one that you want and then follow the instructions to save them to the project. And then you should be able to code the Tinder app to do basically what we are doing over here with those profiles, right? And there is a follow-up video where I'm going to talk about how you can generate these yourself using AI, and there's code for that as well, all right? Now, I want to clarify, this is not an app that lets you talk to real people on real Tinder. This is an AI Tinder, which is a world of its own, right? You're going to be talking to AI-generated profiles, and you're going to have AI-generated conversations. You're going to interact with an AI-generated profile, and that profile is going to talk to you as if you're having a conversation with a human, but it is AI. So just so I clarify that, right? It's not helping you to talk to real humans. It's not a good idea to use AI to talk to real humans. It's not ethical in my opinion. This is more of like a sandbox where you can talk to AI-generated profiles and have conversations that simulates a real human interaction. But remember, the key is simulates. It's not supposed to take place of real interaction. This is more of an exercise to include AI into our application development process and learn something along the way. Okay, what are the goals and objectives of this Code With Me tutorial? Like, what are you going to gain out of doing this? I must admit, this is one of the densest and the most packed Code With Me tutorials that I've ever done. There's a whole lot of stuff here, and there's this additional dimension of AI which brings in a whole lot of learning. So there's a lot of goals. So I'm splitting it up into the primary goals and the secondary goals that you're going to take away after completing this tutorial, all right? So what are the primary goals of this tutorial? We have the first obvious goal is full stack development, right? We're going to build a backend Spring Boot application, a front-end React application, and we're going to build the interaction, all right? You learn how to integrate a Spring Boot app with a front-end React app, and you learn what are the components of a full stack application, how they interact with each other, right? Typical full stack development, we're going to do that. Of course, it's obvious. But there are a few more things that we're going to learn in this tutorial, all right? The next thing is AI integration, right? It's 2024. Everybody's talking about AI. We're going to do AI, right? You will learn and gain experience about integrating AI into a traditional Java, JavaScript application, right? AI is not just for the Python folks. Using GPT APIs, you can integrate and bring in AI to any application, and you can do things in your app that you couldn't have otherwise done without AI, right? You can bring in additional capabilities, and we're going to learn a bunch of capabilities and a bunch of ways in which you can leverage AI. And this application that we're building now, we wouldn't have been able to do it without the OpenAI APIs or any of the large language model advances that we've had in the recent years. So we'll learn how to do that, right? We'll learn how to integrate AI into a traditional but practical application development process, and we'll learn how to use GPT-4 APIs to kind of bring in additional capabilities into our application. Next, we're going to learn how to do practical API development, right? When we're building the backend here using Spring Boot, we're going to build APIs. These APIs are going to be consumed by the React frontend. So we will need to build APIs in such a way that it serves the frontend well, it serves the UI well, okay? We'll learn how to build those APIs and learn how to build it in such a way that it serves the UI. And finally, we're going to be learning modern front-end development, right? React, as with most front-end frameworks, keeps changing often. For example, the way to create new React applications used to be the create React app CLI, but that's no longer the recommended way of creating React apps, right? Here, we're going to use a different way, a more modern way of creating React applications, and we're going to build a good and modern React app that kind of acts as a front for our APIs, right? We'll enhance your React skills, and we learn how to integrate the backend APIs. All right, so these are the primary goals. There are a few secondary goals as well that we're going to tackle, right? Learn how to do database management with MongoDB. MongoDB is going to be the database of choice for this tutorial. I've done a bunch of code with me tutorials with relational databases, but this time we're using MongoDB, we're using NoSQL. So you gain practical experience working on NoSQL databases. You learn how to design document schemas in NoSQL and learn how to fit that in to application development. We learn how to use Spring Data to connect to NoSQL, MongoDB databases, all of that from the scratch. We're going to walk through the process, right? Next, this is an optional objective. This is image generation with AI. We're going to use open source AI for image generation. We're going to use something called Stable Diffusion. We'll explore the capabilities of Stable Diffusion for creating profile images and learn how to integrate that with the code, right? We don't have to actually type the prompt here. We are automating the process of creating these images, right? This is optional because you can do without following along this step, right? I've basically broken away the whole profile creation piece into a separate tutorial. So if you want to get into it, you're welcome to do that. But otherwise, you have all of the generated profiles, hundreds of generated profiles and images that are available for you to download. Again, go click on the link in the description to get the download link for all of those profiles that you can just plop it into your project and you should be good to go. But if you want to learn how to generate them on your own, well, this is a secondary objective and you can follow along and learn that as well. So after completing this tutorial, you will have a fully functioning AI Tinder app. You will have a Spring Boot backend with AI integration. You will have a React frontend that provides a good user experience that integrates with that backend. You will have a system which generates these profiles, it generates images, and it also generates conversations through the power of AI that you can kind of converse with those profiles. All right. Now, what are the recommended skill sets? Like, what are the prerequisite skill sets that you need to have? First, of course, Java programming. You need to be familiar with Java. We're going to be doing a lot of Spring Boot development, right? If you're new to my channel, if you're new to Java and new to Spring Boot API development, which is going to be the core of the backend, well, I recommend you check out some of the other tutorials on my channel and on my website. But this is essential prerequisite. You should have done some API development. If you're completely new, you're probably going to be a little lost. You need to know some JavaScript and React as well, okay? Some experience with JavaScript, some experience with React application development, building a component, building some basic hooks or effects, some of that stuff. If you don't know a whole lot, I'm going to guide you through the process, so it's not going to be like completely lost if you don't have a lot of experience, but some experience is definitely recommended. Some MongoDB understanding, well, basic NoSQL understanding, for example, right? You need to know what a document database is and how it's different from a SQL database. So, for example, when you're doing MongoDB, we're not going to be creating tables, right? For the most part, we're going to be working on the Spring Data layer, so we kind of abstracted away. For example, we are not even going to touch the MongoDB client, right? It's going to be entirely through the Spring Data interface. So there is some argument to be made that, well, you don't really need any MongoDB experience, but at least know what a NoSQL database is and know what documents are in MongoDB should be good. I'll take you through the rest of the way, all right? And then learn what Docker is, right? Do you know what Docker is? Docker is a way in which you can spin up containers on your machine. As long as you know that basic stuff, you should be good. Again, we're going to interface with Docker through Spring. We're not going to talk to Docker directly. We're going to talk to it through Spring, and we're going to use Docker for MongoDB. There is some amazing Docker integration with Spring Boot, and you don't even have to download MongoDB, right? As long as you have Docker Desktop, it's going to set everything up, and I'm going to show you how that's done when we get there, right? Just know what Docker is and have Docker installed on your machine, which should be good. And then, do you know what AI is? If you're watching this tutorial and you don't know what AI is, you're probably at the wrong place. Prompting and using ChatGPT is kind of like universal knowledge now. So I would be very surprised if you haven't tried any of the OpenAI or any of the other AI solutions, prompted something and gotten a response. If you've got that, you're good. You don't need to know a whole lot more. Again, a lot of the interaction with OpenAI is going to be through Spring AI project. So you're not going to be prompting OpenAI or calling the APIs directly. You're going to be using it through Spring AI. So as long as you know what a prompt is and how to prompt an AI language model, we should be good. So these are the high-level prerequisites. Now you might be asking, okay, there are most of them I know, well, maybe one or two I don't know. What do I do? If you're not quite there, what do you do? Well, I recommend you take this tutorial and take it step by step, right? Most of the things that I cover, I kind of try to explain it and I walk you through it so you're not completely lost. But the lesser you know the prerequisites, the more challenging it's going to be, okay? But then also, as with most immersion learning, the more challenging it is, the faster you're going to learn. So it's almost like, they teach swimming by just pushing you in the water and, you just flap around and see if you can try to survive. That's apparently the best way to learn swimming, not by step-by-step process, but basically just jumping into the water. So, and they say that for language learning as well. The best way to learn a language is to just jump in and start talking and listening with the locals of that language. So this is a similar way, like if you don't know the prerequisites, this is kind of like immersion learning. You're going to jump in and try to learn this on the fly. It is hard, but it can be done and you get the most bang for your buck. So jump right in. If you're not fully there in terms of prerequisites, I would still recommend you try and start coding and following along. All right. What are the required tools and software that you need to install? What do you need to have installed on your machine? Well, there are a few, right? You need to have some modern JDK installed. Please don't have JDK 8 or JDK 9 installed. Maybe JDK 17, or in fact, I think I'm using JDK 23 in this tutorial. So if you don't have it, just go ahead and download it. If you're a Java developer, you need to have the latest JDK installed on your machine. So go download JDK 23. Or if you're watching it much later, the latest version of the JDK, right? But fairly new, please. Don't have a very outdated JDK. You need to have Node.js and NPM installed. Again, this is kind of like prerequisite for React and JavaScript development. I hope you have that. If not, just go ahead and install it. In terms of IDEs, I actually use two IDEs for this Code With Me series, right? I use IntelliJ IDEA for the Java side of things, and I use VS Code for the JavaScript side of things. I know that a lot of my followers are kind of fans of either of those two, and when I use IntelliJ, a lot of VS Code fans go, well, why don't you use VS Code? And when I use VS Code, people go like, hey, you're doing Java, you should use IntelliJ. So I've tried to keep both the camps happy, or probably neither camp happy, by using both the IDEs, right? I use IntelliJ for the Java side of things, and I use VS Code for the JavaScript side of things. So I switch depending on what I'm doing. Let's just do a switch once, right? We code all the Java first using IntelliJ and all the JavaScript using VS Code. So you can pick one and then do both. Just pick one of your favorite IDEs and follow along. You need to have Docker Desktop installed, okay? Because we are going to be using Docker to have MongoDB running on our machine. We're not going to install MongoDB, even though that's our database of choice, because guess what? We're just going to download and have the MongoDB image running as a container, all right? So just have Docker Desktop installed on your operating system, and we should be good to go. And of course, Git is a requirement if you want to commit your changes. As I develop this, I kind of check in certain changes at certain points. I commit them and I push them with the right commit message. So if you want to kind of switch to that commit message, you need Git. So make sure you have Git. If you're a programmer, it's very likely that you have Git, so we should be good. Finally, you need an OpenAI API key. And this is probably the only thing that costs money in this whole process. We're going to be making AI API calls to OpenAI. I have an alternative, which is a software called Ollama. Okay, if you choose to use Ollama, you can basically bypass the whole process and you don't need to pay a single cent, because Ollama is open source, right? You don't have to pay money for it. But if you want to use OpenAI, you're going to have to pay. You need an API key for it. You need to register on the OpenAI website. So make sure you have the OpenAI API key if you choose to use OpenAI. All right, with this, I'm super excited to get on this journey with you. This is a Code With Me series. So this is something that I always say with all of my Code With Me series. Code with me. Spin up that IDE and start coding with me. Follow along as I do this. You can sit back and watch and gain a lot. I'm not going to deny that. But as long as you're investing your time and effort, you might as well get the most value for it. You get the most value by actually writing the code, right? Getting into issues, figuring out what went wrong, trying to solve them, trying to debug them. This is where the true learning happens. So imagine this as kind of like a pair programming session where you're pairing with me and learning this as you go. So don't just sit back and watch, try and follow along, all right? I'm super excited and see you in the next section where we're going to get into the application design. All right, so where do we get started? Do we start by writing code? Well, no, we start by designing the system, right? I know it's very tempting to get into the code, but it's always important to start with a high-level application design. So in this video, we're going to get into the high-level design and look at what are the different components involved and what are some assumptions that we're going to make while we are building this application. And the reason we do this is because it kind of ends up saving time in the long run, right? Starting with the design is always a good practice. I'm going to start out by stating out one assumption I'm making here. I'm not trying to build a fully scalable and reliable web application. I've done a few of those. I've done some microservices. This one is more about exploring the capabilities of AI, and that's where our focus is going to be. We're not going to build session management with authentication and password management and all that stuff. None of that, right? We want to focus on this experience. So we're going to assume that there's only one user. We're going to assume that it runs on one machine, and the person who is interacting with it is the sole user, right? This is going to influence how we've designed our database. It's going to influence how we're going to build our APIs. We're not going to have user ID as a parameter. We're going to just assume one user for the application. This may or may not be what you want. So there are other tutorials which teaches you how to build scalable applications and authentication and all that stuff. Here, we are focusing on a single user experience and AI integration. And I made this choice, again, to limit the scope of what we are doing and in the interest of time. So remember that. One user, and we just focused on the interaction and the experience of that user only.
All right, now let's think about what are the components necessary in our architecture. We want to build an app which has a front end and a backend, right? We're going to have a front-end React component, right? Where there's going to be a React app, which is going to act as the front end for our application, okay? And this is going to interact with a Spring Boot backend, all right? We're going to build our APIs in the Spring Boot backend. And this Spring Boot backend is going to talk to our database. And the database that we're going to choose is going to be MongoDB. All right. This is going to be our NoSQL database of choice. We could, of course, use a relational database. I've done a few videos with relational databases with our Code With Me series. So I thought for a change, we will use a NoSQL database, and I'm going to choose MongoDB. You can choose a relational database if you want. You will have to make the corresponding adjustments when you're talking to the database. Now, what other components do we need? We have our users interacting with the front end. That's going to load the page, and the page is going to make a call to the APIs in the Spring Boot backend. Now, this backend also needs to have AI features, right? We need the profiles to be able to intelligently generate responses by calling AI. I'm going to choose a couple of AIs for this, right? A couple of different AI technologies, LLM technologies. The first one that I'm going to choose is the OpenAI, right? I'm going to make a call to the OpenAI APIs to figure out what the response should be. Because let's say, I swipe right on a profile and I'm interacting with that person, the response of that person needs to be AI generated. So when I send a message to this person, that response is going to be generated by OpenAI. I'm going to say, hey, OpenAI, what should the response be for this message? And I'm going to have OpenAI generate that response and then send it back. Okay, that's one AI interaction that I need. The other AI interaction that I'm going to have is a local language model. Okay, so this is going to be a local LLM. And I'm going to choose a technology called Ollama for this. Ollama is an application that you can download and install on your computer, and it is going to host and make available a local language model, right? This is going to be open source and free language model that you can run on your machine. The thing about OpenAI is that it is one of the best language models we have, but it's not free, right? You got to pay for it. But the advantage of the local language model is, even though it may not be as good as OpenAI, it is free. You just run it on your machine. So I'm going to use this as well to get some AI functionality. I'm not quite sure at this point. I might use it to just generate profiles perhaps, or maybe make certain calls. Maybe even have, like, if the local language model is good enough, maybe even have this generate the response to an AI profile instead of calling OpenAI. Okay, so I'm going to do that. The third AI component that I'm going to use is to generate profile images. So one of the things about Tinder is you're basically swiping left and swiping right based on a person's image. So I need to generate realistic profile images. And I'm again going to use AI for it. I'm not going to use real people's images, okay? This is going to be AI generated. So I'm going to make a call to Stable Diffusion. Stable Diffusion is a technology which you can run locally, and you use the APIs and the features to generate images, right? So this is kind of like a local version of Midjourney or DALL-E, if you know those things, basically image generation models, where you give it a prompt and then it generates an image according to your prompt. I have played around with them and they're okay, but sometimes they don't get very realistic images. I found that the easiest way to get realistic images is to use a local model with Stable Diffusion. So I'm going to do that. So there are 3 AI integrations that our Spring Boot backend is going to have, right? First is OpenAI APIs, which is going to be a non-free option. You're going to have to register, give you a card, and then every API call that you make is going to be charged, even though it's not as much. I'm going to have a call to the local language model using Ollama, which is essentially free. And I'm going to have a call to Stable Diffusion to generate images, which is also free. So this is going to be, at a high level, the architecture of our application. Now, the Spring Boot backend itself is going to have 2 parts to it, 2 components to it. Okay, so let me draw that here. So I'm going to move this over here. This Spring Boot backend is going to be comprised of 2 pieces, right? The first piece is the API part. Okay, so we have the API, which is basically interacting with MongoDB, right? It's saving data and retrieving data, right? I'm going to say, okay, give me information about this profile. Well, it's going to go to MongoDB, get that profile information, and return it to you. Give me an information about a conversation, right? I send a message for a conversation and then it needs to return a response. Well, again, what it's doing is it's going to MongoDB, fetching that conversation and returning it to the front end, right? So this is basically called by the front end. So the front end calls this and it returns a response. There is another piece to the Spring Boot backend, which is the profile generation piece, right? We have to start an application and we need a bunch of profiles available so that we can swipe left or right on them, right? We need to create those fake profiles. So I'm going to have a profile generation component, right? This is a profile generation piece. This is not going to be a API. It is instead going to be a CLI runner, basically a thing that runs once, makes all the API calls and generates those profiles. And then guess what it does with those profiles? It also saves this to MongoDB, right? It has to create those profiles and initialize them, right? How does it generate those profiles? Well, again, it is going to make calls to OpenAI. It is going to make a call to perhaps Olama, which is the local language model, generate those profiles, right? The name, the description, what are the person's hobbies and all that. And then it is going to make a call to Stable Diffusion to generate the images. So it's going to make these calls and it is going to save the generated profile into MongoDB so that the next time the front end says, hey, I want to see a new profile, right? Then it's going to fetch that profile randomly and show it, right? We're going to seed a bunch of profiles at the very beginning. And then when an API call happens, it is going to use those profiles almost as if those people registered with our Tinder application. Okay, so this is another piece that needs to happen. So these are the two pieces of the Spring Boot backend. I was kind of debating if I should have them be two separate applications or make it the same application. I think I'm going to just go with the same application. I'm going to have both the API piece and the profile generation piece in the same Spring Boot app. And we're going to have the profile generation piece happen when the application starts up, right? When I'm starting up the application, I can, of course, configure it and say, okay, I want profile generation true or false. If the profile generation is set to true in the properties, when the Spring Boot backend starts up, it is going to generate n number of profiles and save it into MongoDB, okay? This is the plan, and this is at the high level, the architecture that we're going to go for.
All right, so now that we have the system design in place, now, what do we do next? We're going to do API design. So we have the two main parts, which is the backend Spring Boot application and the front-end React application. The React app is going to talk to the Spring Boot app in order to exchange data, right? So the API that we're going to build is going to be the contract between the backend and the front-end. Okay, so we're going to design that API now. And again, we're going to do this so that we end up saving a lot of effort and headaches in the long run.
Now let's look at what are the APIs necessary for our backend. What are the APIs that we need to build in our Spring MVC controller? The first API that we need to build is the profile rendering part or the profile fetching part, right? So we need to have some kind of a way to get a random profile, which is kind of like the first feature that you would build in a Tinder app, right? So you're basically swiping left or swiping right. So every time you do a swipe, it has to get a random profile based on your selection criteria, based on your filtering criteria, and just show that random profile. So I'm going to have a /profile/random for generating a random profile. Okay, so this is going to be a get on this, and it is going to pull up a random profile from MongoDB. Pull up. All right, it's going to return a random profile from MongoDB. There are other APIs that I'm going to skip, right? Like creating a profile or editing a profile. We are not having a feature to create a profile, right? We don't have a bunch of people saying, okay, I want to register to this app and create profile. All the registered profiles are basically bots, basically AI, right? And we have the profile generation piece, which is going to generate those profiles and directly insert them to MongoDB. So we don't really need an API to add profiles or edit profiles or delete profiles. That's all happening directly in the database, right? We don't have a UI for it. So as far as profiles are concerned, I'm thinking all we need is basically pulling up a random profile so that the user can swipe left or right. So this is all we need as far as profiles are concerned. The important part, the thing that requires a lot of API, like the bulk of the API work, is going to be in conversations. Okay, we need to be able to start a conversation. So somebody's swiping left, swiping right, they match. We need to have some concept of a match. I can basically just say anybody who swipes right, you get a match, right? All swipe rights would result in matches. The best case scenario ever, right? There's no denial, no rejection. So we're going to have a match, and then we need to start a conversation. So I'm going to have a /conversations API. This is going to be a post mapping, right? I'm going to color code this. Let's say I'm going to make the method be a different color. So this is going to be a get, all right? Conversations, I'm going to make a post method to the conversations, the /conversations API, to create a new conversation. Create new with the profile, all right? We're going to need to send a conversation request, and it is going to create that profile. So basically all we need is, who are we talking to, right? We need to send the parameters being the profile ID. Okay, so we've matched with a certain profile and we are starting a conversation with that profile. So you basically say, hey, I want to start a new conversation with this profile ID, and that's it. So I'm going to have this be profile ID be in the post body, and it is going to basically start a conversation and save that conversation in MongoDB. All right, fair enough. Next, what other APIs do we need? Now we need to be able to send messages to a certain conversation. Now, when I make a call to /conversations, when I say, hey, make a post request, I want to start a conversation with a certain profile, this is going to return back a conversation ID, right? Because I need to refer to it every time I'm sending a subsequent message. There could be multiple conversations with multiple profiles that I have at a certain point of time. So I need to say, okay, for this conversation, for this profile, I've been having a chat, kind of think of it as chat threads, right? I open that chat thread and I'm posting a new message in that chat thread. I'm writing to that person. So I'm going to have another post request, but this one's going to be /conversations / the conversation ID. Okay, this is going to send a new message to a conversation. Okay, so I've swiped right on a person, I've started a conversation. When I did this, I basically created a new conversation, and now I'm sending a message to that conversation. This happens once per profile. This one happens every time I send a message, right? Every time I send a message to a conversation, I make a post request, and the message body is going to contain the message that I send. And the response is going to be the updated conversation. Response is going to, I'm thinking I'm going to return the conversation with response. All right. So I'm going to send a message saying, hey, how are you doing? I'm going to pass it to AI and say, okay, this is the profile and this is the message that was sent. What should the response be? And I'm going to have the AI generate that response, and I'm going to return the updated conversation with the AI generated response so that the UI can show the reply. Okay. Now, this is a little bit tricky because right now the way I've written it is I'm basically returning the whole conversation, right? Starting from the beginning. Now, what if you've been talking to this profile for days and you have a huge conversation? Should it return the conversation every time, the whole conversation every time? I'm thinking, yeah, I don't want to optimize on the performance and just get the updated message, because in that case, I'm going to have to hold on to the messages in the UI, and I don't want to do that, right? I'm going to keep things simple. This is basically a Tinder conversation. You shouldn't really be talking to a Tinder match for days. It has to be a small conversation, essentially, right? Before the interaction moves over to the real world and actually setting up a date. You don't want to be talking to a match for too long in the Tinder app. So considering that, I'm going to say, okay, most of the conversations are going to be pretty short and small. So it should be okay to basically return the whole conversation you've had with a certain profile on every new message submission, right? You submit a message, it is going to calculate the response, figure out the response from AI, and basically send back the whole conversation. I'm going to stick to this for now, and we will see if feel like it's too much of a hassle and it's there's a huge overhead and it is not performant, then maybe we can pivot. But again, my hypothesis is, well, these are Tinder conversations. They start from scratch and they don't last too long. So there shouldn't be a problem with just returning the whole response, right? That's my logic. All right. Now, the other API that I need to create is basically fetching a conversation, right? You want to be able to fetch a conversation because if somebody loads the app for the first time or they refresh the page, you need to show all the conversations that the person has had. Okay, so I'm going to have a GET request to /conversations. This is going to get all current conversations by the user. And this is not parameterized because remember, we are doing a single user application. We don't plan to have multiple users. We don't plan to have sign-ins and all that stuff. So it's one user. So when you make a /conversations request, we are just going to get all the conversations that are available in the database, which is essentially just that one users. Now, when you get all the conversations and you click on one conversation, you want to get the current status of those conversations. So that's going to be the second GET request to conversations. So you're going to do a GET, and then this is going to be /conversations/ID. This is going to be get all messages of a conversation. All right. So we have this where you post a message to a conversation and it gets all the responses, all the conversation messages for that conversation. This is just a get/ID where you're not posting a message. You just want the current state of the conversation. So basically getting all the messages, which is exactly what this is doing, but we're not sending a new message. We're just getting it as is, right? I might have a delete conversation because we feel like, okay, we are done talking to this particular profile and we want to just delete it. Conversations/ID. This is going to remove conversations and all messages of that conversation, right? So you're done with talking to a profile. You find that that person is boring or whatever. You want to just remove it. You can remove it. We're going to have a feature in the UI for saying, I want something deleted. You click on it. It's going to remove it from the database. So it doesn't show up in the list when you're getting all the conversations. It just keeps the UI clean, all right? So these are the APIs that we're going to build. I'm not able to think of anything else that we need right now. If something comes up, then we can add it as we build it. But at a high level, these are the APIs that we're going to build.
All right, now let's get into the MongoDB database schema design. We're going to design our documents that are going to go into MongoDB. You might be thinking, hang on a second, Kaushik, isn't MongoDB a NoSQL database? And NoSQL databases are technically schema-less, right? You don't have a schema. Well, yes, that is true. You can create any document with any schema you want, but then you're reading the database using code. So the code needs to expect the data to be in a particular way. So we're going to design what that data structure is going to look like. What is the document going to be when it goes into the database? We need to design that so that whatever's putting data is putting it in the same way as whatever is reading. Okay? You don't have strict requirements that they all always have to be the same like a SQL database or a relational database has. But still, as long as you're writing code for it, you need to make sure that the code knows what is in there, right? So we're going to design what the document structure is going to be like. We're going to design what are the different entities that we want to persist in our MongoDB database.
All right, now let's design the schema for our database. This is MongoDB. It's a document database. So we're going to be designing document schemas. So there are essentially two things that we need to save. The first is the profiles, right? These are all the auto-generated profiles that we want to save in the database. The second are the conversations with those profiles, right? We want to save them both. So what do we need to save for profiles? We just need the profile document, right? So the profile document would be basically saving the user's name, age, not users, the profile's name and age. We can have the ethnicity because we need to generate profiles of different ethnicities and different ages, right? We're going to have gender, have, let's see, maybe a string for the bio, right? What is this person's bio? Are they an introvert or an extrovert? Do they like reading or going to the movies? Do they like skydiving? Whatever, right? So we basically have a string with the bio. What do they work, right? What are their passions and all that? We can have an image URL. We need to generate images, and I plan to save the images in the app itself. I'm not going to have a separate CDN. I'm basically going to create a folder in the web resources location which has the images, and basically each profile points to an image file, right? So basically it gets the image when, the front end gets the image when the profile loads. All right, and maybe I'm thinking maybe a Myers-Briggs personality type, right? Myers-Briggs. This is basically like, is this person an INTJ or ENFP or whatever, right? If you're not familiar with Myers-Briggs personality type, it's basically a way to classify what your personality is. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? Are you a thinker or a feeler, right? Are you, there are a bunch of things. There are 4 letters that classify each personality. I have a feeling that is going to better influence the responses that the AI gives us, right? If we tell the AI, hey, this person is an INTJ, what would this person respond to this user's message? It's probably going to get a better accurate representation of what that response will be. Okay, so I'm not able to think of anything else. So I think this should do it for the profiles. This is going to be the profile document, and anytime you load a profile, it's going to get this information. When I'm creating profiles, when I'm generating profiles, I need to generate values for these things, and I also need to generate an image, and I'm going to link that image over here, right? So that's the generation of profile part. All right, so this is the profile. What about conversation? Well, a conversation is going to be a conversation with one of these profiles, right? It's going to have of course, I forgot the profile ID over here. I'm going to have an ID. Okay, so now conversation is, of course, going to have an ID, and it's going to have the profile ID. Which profile are you having this conversation with, right? Because you remember, when you start a conversation, you start it with a certain profile. So I'm going to say this conversation is with this profile. Conversations are always one-to-one, right? It's always user to AI bot. So you just need to store the profile ID that the user is interacting with. And I'm going to have, each conversation is going to have a list of messages in chronological order, right? So this is going to be a list of messages. This is going to be a list. And each message is going to be another document. This is going to contain whatever is the message text, right? If I send a message, hi, how are you? The message text is going to contain the string, hi, how are you? Okay. And I'm going to have a date time saying when the message was sent, right? And this should be it, right? It's basically going to have, I need to know who sent the message, right? Is it the user or the profile? So I'm going to have the ID, the profile ID. So this is going to be basically a switch whether this is user or AI. Okay, so I could, of course, have it be like a is user or is profile, but I'm thinking I'm just going to have the profile ID over here, because who knows, in the future I might have multi-profile conversations. So this kind of makes it more scalable for those changes. So I'm just going to have the profile ID. If this is a message that was generated by the AI, it is going to have that profile ID that generated the message. If it was a message typed by the user, I'm just going to give it a profile ID of 0 or whatever. Like it's just some unique profile ID that's dedicated to the user of the app, which is going to be constant no matter what the conversation is. And that's going to be the profile ID. All right. So this is the schema at a high level. Again, just putting it out there. We are going to revisit this if we feel there are some changes necessary. But what we're going to be doing is creating these documents in MongoDB, which is going to back the API that we just created.
All right, now that we have the design, let's start writing code. We're going to start with the backend, and we're going to start the backend with a new Spring Boot application. The best way to create a new Spring Boot application is using Spring Boot Initializer. So let's go to Spring Boot Initializer.
We're going to go to start.spring.io, Spring Initializer, and we're going to create a new Spring Boot app, which is going to be the backend component of our architecture that we've seen so far, right? This backend component is going to contain the API and the profile creation piece. I'm going to start by choosing Maven as a build tool. You can choose Gradle if you want. I prefer Maven. Language is Java. I'm going to choose the latest stable version of Spring Boot as of me recording this video. The group name is io.javabrains. The artifact is Tinder-AI backend. Okay, so this is going to be the backend for Tinder-AI. All right. Jar is fine. The latest version of Java is fine. So this is going to be the configuration. You can choose other stuff, but then if you're following along, you will have to adapt everything I do to those things. So unless you're extremely opinionated, I would say just go with whatever I've picked here. All right, now to add the dependencies. What dependencies do I need? Well, first of all, I need web, Spring Web, because we are going to be building APIs, right? So we need Spring Web. We are also going to be connecting to MongoDB. Now I'm going to choose Spring Data, MongoDB. Okay, this is the part which is going to bring in the Spring Data feature into our application. And this allows us to save data to MongoDB, retrieve data from MongoDB using the Spring Data framework. Okay, now there is one other dependency that I want to bring in related to MongoDB, but not quite related to MongoDB. What do I mean by that? When you're connecting to MongoDB, you probably can guess you need MongoDB installed on your machine, right? You need to get MongoDB, download it, install it. Well, it is 2024. We don't download and install things like that anymore. We use Docker, right? You get a Docker container, which has MongoDB, and then you run it instead of just downloading and installing the application itself. Fair, but there's actually an even easier way of getting the MongoDB Docker container and running it without you having to do it yourself. And that is with the Spring Boot Docker support. Now, Spring Boot has Docker support, Docker Compose support, where basically what you do is you specify all the containers that you need for your Spring Boot application to work, put that in a Compose file in your application, and when your Spring Boot application starts, it automatically spins up those Docker containers. Is that awesome? That is awesome, but there is more awesome left. Hang on. Let me add this. And now I have Docker Compose support. Basically what you do is you create a Compose YAML file in the root of your project. And when you start your Spring Boot application, Docker containers are going to spin up. But not just that. When you added this, you notice what Spring Initializer did. It actually said, hey, you have MongoDB as a dependency. So why not I create a Compose file with MongoDB already available for you. Now click on Explore. Notice what happens. There is a compose.yaml file here. This is the Docker Compose file, right? Here is where you're supposed to put in your containers that you need, and Spring Boot is going to start it up. That's the Docker Compose support that you just learned about. Not just that. When you click on it, you notice here, it's already created the configuration necessary for starting Mongo because it detected, hey, you have a MongoDB dependency over here. So I think you want MongoDB. So it's basically created the Docker Compose for it. And it's basically the default instance that your Spring Data is going to connect to. So with this, you don't even need to install the MongoDB container. You just run this application, and this application is going to initialize a MongoDB container because it's available in the Docker Compose file. And your Spring Data code that this has enabled is going to connect to that container that it has just pulled in. So it is going to just automatically work. No need to download or install anything else. MongoDB kind of comes for free. Isn't that awesome? I think it's awesome. All right, there is one other thing that I'm going to install, add as a dependency, of course, which is the AI stuff. Well, actually, there are multiple AI stuff that I need to install and add as a dependency. First is OpenAI, right? This is Spring AI support for ChatGPT. Spring AI is yet another framework and another dependency, starter dependency that you need to add to your Spring Boot application, because guess what? We're going to be making calls to OpenAI. Not just that, we're going to be making a call to Ollama. So this is Spring AI support for Ollama. It allows me to connect to Ollama, which is running locally, and I can make AI calls to it. This doesn't have Docker support, unfortunately. You have to install Ollama on your machine. I'm going to show you how, but this is another dependency that you need. Remember, there is a third AI component, which is Stable Diffusion, which allows us to generate images. Do I have Stable Diffusion here? Unfortunately, no. There's no Stable Diffusion dependency, but thankfully, there is a software, which is also something that you need to install, which allows you to make API calls, right? You can just basically make REST API calls and you're going to get images generated. You make an API call, send the prompt, and the response is going to be an image, right? So we're just going to make an HTTP client, make these calls, and we don't have a dependency, which is fine. All right, so these are the things that I need. Again, I'm not able to think of anything else. If something comes up as we build it, we can add it to our pom.xml at any time, but this is a good place for us to start. So I'm going to click on generate, have this project download, and I'm going to now open this in IntelliJ IDEA. All right, so I have the project open in IntelliJ IDEA. I'm using the Ultimate Edition, but you should be able to follow along for the most part with the Community Edition as well. I will call out certain features that I'm using where I'm using the Ultimate version features, and there are alternatives that you can use if you happen to be using the Community Edition. So here's the project that I've downloaded from Spring Initializer that we've just configured. Here's the pom.xml, which has the things that we have asked it to add. So we have a bunch of dependencies over here. There is the MongoDB starter, the web starter, the Ollama starter, the OpenAI starter, and the Docker Compose, which is a runtime dependency. Now this allows us to run the application, and it is going to start the Docker container which is specified in compose.yaml. I'm going to demonstrate that by going to the main class here, Tinder-AI Backend application, and I'm going to run this. I don't have Docker running right now, and this is the experience that you're going to get when you don't have Docker running, right? So you just hit play here and I run this application. Notice what it complains about. It complains about Docker. It says I cannot connect to the Docker daemon. It is doing this because it detects the compose.yaml file and it says, hey, now I need to go and start these containers, and oh, Docker isn't running, so I cannot start the containers. So if you get this error, make sure you start Docker Desktop. You have to download and install Docker Desktop if you don't have it. But as a Java backend engineer, you need to have Docker installed on your machine. Docker is kind of like an essential toolkit in your tool belt. So make sure you have it installed and run it. And I'm going to start Docker on my machine, and it should show up in the tray. And if I run this one more time with Docker running, of course, giving it some time to start up, and this time it'll detect that Docker is running and it'll download the Mongo container, Mongo latest container, if you don't already have it, and then it will start the container. All right, so here you see it has started the Docker CLI container. You see this? It's able to run this. And now, after this is done, we get another error, which is an error creating a bean with the name OpenAI chat client. And the reason for that is it's saying, well, you're not able to get the key, right? OpenAI API key must be set. And where do you set this? You set this in
the environment variable or in the properties file. Here's the Spring AI documentation for chat completion. Basically what it says is you need to create an API key with OpenAI to access ChatGPT, right? So you need to run this command to basically create this environment variable. Now, why do you need to do this? You need to do this because we have a dependency on OpenAI, right? You see this dependency here? This is a OpenAI starter dependency, which means that you're telling Spring that you want to connect to OpenAI and use their APIs, the API key. And this is the way to supply it. So I'm going to go to the OpenAI portal. You need to register in OpenAI and create an API key. So the way to get an API key is to go to platform.openai.com, and there should be an option here to create an API key, right? So you click on create new secret key, and you can give it what the name is. I'm going to say this is Tinder-AI and make it the default project. Now I get the API key, copy it, and then you're going to set the environment variable in terminal. I'm going to go over here, open terminal, and then export. What was the environment variable here? Spring AI OpenAI API key. All right, Spring AI OpenAI API key equals, and then paste the API key here. We don't want to commit this in the code because anybody who has access to this API key is going to be able to call the APIs and you will get billed for it because it was on your account. So don't add this here. A good way to make sure that this gets added to every terminal that you open is to basically add this to bash rc or zsh rc, depending on what .zhsrc. Depending on what shell you have, it's good to kind of add this as a thing that gets initialized for every shell. I'm going to add another environment variable here with the new key and save this. And now if I open a new terminal and then I say echo, you're going to get the API key, which is what we want. I'm going to go over here to the properties file, application.properties, and I'm going to paste this property, Spring AI, OpenAI API key, and I can set this to the environment variable, which is the $curly brace, and I can specify the name of the property over here, which is this thing. Paste this here, save. So it's going to pick that property and assign it to this application properties file. So this way you're avoiding having to check in the API key, right? Because you don't have to do that anymore. You're basically just checking in the property file and the value is basically picked up from your environment. All right, let's run this again. All right, looks like it's run now. It is able to connect to MongoDB. It started the MongoDB instance in Docker. It's able to connect to it. Tomcat is initialized, so it realizes that the OpenAI key exists, and now it's good to go. Now that we have the basic application up and running, I'm going to create a Git repository and save the current state as is. All right, so I'm going to commit the current state. Basically just checking, yeah, all these files look fine. Say basic initializer app working state. All right, select them all and commit. Okay, now we're going to move on to the next step in the process. We are going to test out if the MongoDB save and retrieve works fine. And I'm going to do that by creating an entity, all right? We have a bunch of entities and models that we want to save. I'm going to start out with the profile entity. The profile entity is going to represent an individual Tinder profile, right? These are the profiles that we're going to be swiping left or right, right? That's the first entity that I'm going to create. And I'm going to create this in the profiles package dot profile model, right? This is going to be the model. And I'm going to make this a Java record, right? I want this to be a record because this doesn't really need any logic, okay? This is a profile which is going to act as a DTO or a model. And all we are doing is holding on to a certain data, right? It's holding on to a certain profile, you know, the name, the first name, last name, age, and all that stuff. And this is going to be passed along the different tiers, right? You're going to go from the controller to the business service to the data layer, and then it gets persisted to the database. So not a lot of logic here. If you can still create a class, but then you would need to create getters and setters and all that nonsense, which is not really necessary. So I'm just going to create a record, all right? I'm going to have a bunch of properties on this record. I'm going to define those components. I'm going to have the string first name, a string last name, int age, basically all the things related to a user's profile, right? I'm going to have a string bio, which is basically like information about this profile. They say, well, I'm an active, fun-loving person or whatever, right? So it's basically a paragraph that you would typically write when you're creating a Tinder profile about yourself, kind of like an about me section, right? I'm going to have a string image URL, which is going to contain the file name, and I'm going to put the file name somewhere over here in the resources folder so that it knows which image to pick up. I'm going to have a string ethnicity and a string gender. Well, maybe I can make gender as an enum, right? Gender, image URL. What else? I'm going to have a string Myers-Briggs personality type. Okay, how about that? These should be enough. These are the record components that I would need. Let's create an enumeration called gender. And I'm going to put that in profiles as well. I'm going to have male, female, and non-binary, right? We just leave it at these three. We also need to have an ID, all right? So I'm going to have, let me actually have a string ID because I want the ID to be not predictable, okay? Because imagine you have like a mono incrementing ID, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You can have our users be able to browse through all the profiles one by one, right? They can say, okay, I got ID number 1. Let's see who's ID number 2. Let's see who's ID number 3. We don't want to do that. We want our users to be surprised by profiles and not be able to navigate through it from the UI directly, right? We want to give them a random profile and not give them the ability to navigate the profiles, right? They can only get the profile from the get random profile API endpoint. So we want the ID to be not predictable, right? So I'm probably going to do like a GUID kind of a thing so that we have a random string for an ID and people can't just browse through profiles by incrementing or decrementing values, all right? So this is the record. We have a profile record, and this is going to contain an individual profile. Now we can basically build a CRUD around this, right? We can save this profile into the database, retrieve this profile from the database, and so on. So in order to create a CRUD, I need to create a Spring Data repository. And I do this by creating that repository over here. I'm going to put this in profiles, Java class. I'm going to say profile repository. Okay. Notice here that I'm doing package by feature, right? All my profiles related information and classes are going to go into the profiles package, right? I'm going to have a conversation package later which is going to contain all the conversation related classes and records and repositories and all that, right? This is package by feature. You can do package by layer if you want, but I'm not a fan. I'm just going to use this. So I have profile repository. Now I need to be able to create CRUD operations on this profile repository. So first of all, this is going to be a Mongo repository because we want to connect to MongoDB, right? So I'm going to make this has to be an interface, right? Anytime you have a repository, it has to be an interface that extends the base repository that is the functionality that you want. So here in this case, it's Mongo repository. It takes a generic type, which is basically what is the entity that you want to save. And second is what is the ID type, right? The entity that we want to save and retrieve is profile, right? And the type of the ID is string. Okay, so we're going to provide these two to the Mongo repository type. And now I have a profile repository. And just with this, I can basically do a bunch of things over here, right? Let me go back over here. So let's say I have a private profile repository, and suppose I auto wire it. In my controller, I can say profile repository dot, and then if you look at the bunch of methods that you get from Mongo repository, you can do an insert, you can do a find all with a given example, you can do a find all over here, you can get the list CRUD repository, which also gives you a bunch of features like find by ID, exist by ID, delete all, save. And now we get the profile repository, which can save a profile to the database, MongoDB, can fetch profiles from the database, find by a certain ID, and so on. Now I'm going to use this profile repository to basically add a hard-coded profile, right? How about we do this? I'm going to add a hard-coded profile by creating a run method, okay? So when I start this application, I want a certain method to run. Now, right now, notice what happens if I start this app. Basically, nothing happens because I haven't used the profile repository to do anything. I have a record, but that record is just sitting there, right? I'm not doing anything with it. So what I'm going to do now is add a method which is going to run when the application starts up. And the way to do that is by using a method public void run, which takes in the arguments, and then I have this start the run by extending command line runner, implements command line runner, sorry. The command line runner interface has this run method, right? What this run method does is you basically tell Spring that this needs to execute when your application starts, right? By having your Spring Boot application implement command line runner, you're saying this is a command line application, and whatever I put in this method will run when my application starts up, right? So here I can say system out println of my app is running, and then this is going to run, right? This method is going to run when the application starts. Let's verify this. It's going to start the MongoDB container, and see, it runs our run method, which is what we want. Now, inside this, I'm going to create a profile and save it to the database, right? Let's see how it looks like. I'm going to say profile equals new profile. Since this is a record, because I'm going to import the class. Since this is a record, I don't add setters. I basically create the record while I'm creating a new instance of it. Put all the values here, right? So what are the values that I need? What does profile have? It has ID, first name, last name, age. I think I have to create all of those stuff. Okay, let me do that. I'm going to say ID is Kaushik, last name is Tagal, age, ethnicity, gender. All right, so I have age is 40, ethnicity is Indian, gender.male, bio, image URL, and Myers-Briggs personality type. Okay, so I have bio is, I don't know, software programmer. Image URL is, I'm just going to give a dummy image URL, foo.jpg, and Myers-Briggs personality type is INTP. Now I've created a new profile instance, right? There's a record instance. Now I can tell the profile repository to save this data, right? So I'm going to say profile repository dot save of profile. Okay, it is going to actually save this data in the database.
Now I can fetch it as well. Now I can say profile repository dot find all, and then I can do a dot for each system dot out print ln. So I'm creating this profile, hard coding it. I'm saving it through the profile repository, and I'm saying profile repository dot find all and print the record that you find. So you're basically doing a full loop, putting something to the database and then retrieving it from the database and then printing it. Now let's run this and make sure that our connection to MongoDB works fine with our repository. Look at that. It is able to get the one profile that we have in our system, and it is able to print it. So now we know that our MongoDB connection is working fine. Awesome. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, wait a minute, Kaushik, how is this possible? We have created a profile entity, but we haven't given it any annotation. We haven't given it an entity annotation. We haven't given this field to be an ID with an @ID annotation. Well, yeah, you can do all of that, but actually it is not necessary. You can do this, right? You can give the @ID annotation, and ID is from Arc Spring Framework data annotation. Sure, if you want to do this, you can do this. Guess what I've called the field? I've called the field as ID, so I don't need to have this annotation, right? And since I'm using this as a record that I'm sending to the repository, and I've declared the repository to be an interface that extends Mongo repository of profile in string, this is really all you need, right? You get all of those methods for free, and those methods know what to do because you've given it both the data type of the profile and the data type of the ID, right? And the ID field tells it what exactly the ID is. So the annotation isn't really required. You can skip it in this case. All right, now I'm going to commit this and say this is basically add a profile to database and fetch it successfully. All right, this is the second checkpoint. So make sure you're kind of getting, like if you're following along, make sure you get the right checkpoint. And say you're stuck and you don't know what's going on. Well, here is a good checkpoint that you can look up from this repository that I'm going to publish later. Now we have the profile and the profile repository. Now I want to move on to the next model, the next entity that we want to model in the database, and that is the conversation. All right, so I'm going to create a new Java class, and this is going to be in the conversations package. You remember how we have two sets of APIs and two sets of models that we want to save? One is the profile related model and API. This is very light. And then you have the conversations model and API, which has, have a lot more endpoints there. You need to be able to fetch a certain conversation, create a new conversation, get messages from a conversation, post a message to the conversation, and so on, right? So all those things are going to be in the conversations package. And I'm going to start with creating a model called conversation. And this is also going to be a record, right? And I'm going to create a bunch of components here based on what we've identified in our data model. What do we want in our data model for conversation? Well, the first thing is we're going to need an ID for this as well, right? We need an ID for what the conversation is about. And we need to track who is the person, who is the profile that we are having this conversation with, okay? So I'm going to have profile, right? This is the person that we are talking to, or the AI profile that we are talking to. So we're going to import. And what else do we need? We need a list of messages. Let me call it chat message so that it doesn't confuse with a bunch of other messages that we have. Messages. And I guess that is it. This should do. And actually, I'm thinking instead of storing the whole profile here, why not I just save the profile ID alone?
because I don't want the profile itself to be duplicated in this document, right? The conversation document is just going to contain the ID of these two and a list of chat messages, right? I don't want to save the profile itself. So I'm just going to pull in the profile ID from this thing here, and I'm not going to save the rest of the stuff. It really doesn't make sense to save that. All right, now I need to create a chat message record. All right, I'm also going to put this in conversations, right? I'm going to create a couple of components over here. What are the components that I need for chat message? I'm going to start out with the message text, right? The thing that gets saved in the message. I'm going to save the profile ID, which is string profile ID, and then maybe a local datetime. Message time. All right. Let me call this author ID. Basically, the ID of the author who wrote this message. Each chat message is going to contain the text, who wrote it, and when it was written. And in my conversation, I'm going to let me import list as well. Messages is going to contain all of the messages in a given conversation, right? This is going to be the conversation record. And now I need to have an equivalent conversation repository, right? Just like I have a profile repository with saves and retrieves for the profile, I need to have a conversation repository which saves conversations and retrieves it from the database. So I'm going to create a new, there's going to be a Java interface. I'm going to call this conversation repository. All right, it's going to be a Java interface, and this too is going to extend the Mongo repository. Okay, instead of profile, it is going to have the type as conversation. Okay, we don't need to import profile here. So now the conversation repository is going to be responsible for fetching conversations, saving conversations, and so on. I'm going to create a new, let's auto wire the conversation repository as well. Conversation repository. And over here, I'm going to create a new conversation, right? Conversation equals new conversation of what are the things that we need for a conversation? We need ID, profile ID, and a list of messages. So I'm going to go back here. The ID is going to be 1. The profile ID is going to be the profile dot ID. And then the list of messages is going to be list dot off. I'm going to create a new message. We just have one chat message, all right? Of course, we're going to import list. One chat message, which is going to be the message text, the author ID, and the local date time. Okay, so I'm going to have the message text, which is hello. The author ID, time is local date time. Dot now, this closes this list. This closes the conversation. Now I've created a new conversation, and I'm going to say conversation repository dot save of this conversation. And then again, I'm going to do a conversation repository dot find all dot for each of system dot out and println. I'm basically printing all the conversations. There's going to be one, so it is going to get that. So basically creating a new profile, saving it, fetching all the profiles and printing, creating a new conversation with that profile, saving it, fetching all the profiles and printing it. Notice here that I'm reusing the profile that I created over here, which is my profile. When we actually use this, when a conversation is real, the ID of this is going to be the fake profile ID that we create of the fake users of Tinder, not our own ID, right? This is not going to be my ID. That's going to be the AI created profile, not my own. All right. Okay, so let's run this, and we should get back our profile. We should also get back our one conversation that we have managed to create and retrieve. Well, here we go. We have our conversation. Awesome. Okay, so now we have the conversation model and repository as well. I'm going to commit this and say add conversation model and repository. Okay, so now we have the two models that are necessary to save and retrieve data from MongoDB. Now we are going to move on to creating controllers and APIs next. Now, before we do anything else, let's make IntelliJ happy. It says there is an unused import statement. Let's get rid of it. We don't need it. All right, happy IntelliJ? Thank you. Now go away. Let's move on to creating controllers. I'm going to start with the conversation controller. I don't need a profile controller for saving profiles because, like we've covered before, that's going to happen from the backend, right? We are going to basically persist data directly to the database. We don't need a controller for creating profiles because we are not going to be creating profiles in the UI, right? We're going to batch create a bunch of AI profiles from the Spring backend itself. So we don't need a controller for it. We do need a controller for conversation. So we're going to create that here. I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call this conversation controller, right? There's going to be a Spring MVC controller, right? I'm going to call this REST controller because we need this to be a REST API, right? We're going to have a React frontend, which is going to call this. It's a, hey, here's the API, but it makes a JSON request, a REST request. And we're going to parse JSON request and return JSON responses. And that's the reason why we need REST controller, right? Now, what are the methods that we need? We're going to start with creating a new conversation, right? We don't have anything, blank slate. We start a new conversation. And we do that by making a post request to /conversations. I'm going to have a public, let's make it wide unless I know any better, create new conversation. Okay, so this is going to be a post mapping, and the URL is going to be /conversations. Okay, so this is a plural. When a post request is made, when a post request is made to /conversations, I want a new conversation to be created, right? And I also expect the body, the post body, to contain information about who this conversation is happening with, right? The conversation happens with two people. One is the user, the single sole sad user who's trying to make a Tinder match, okay? The second party in the conversation is the AI profile that this person has matched with. So we need the AI profile that this person is matched with. We don't need to get the user's information because that's kind of like implicit. A request. I'm going to actually make this a different entity, okay? Let me create a record here. You can create it in a different file if you want. I'm just going to call it create conversation request, okay? I need a certain payload to be sent when a conversation is created, and I want to capture that. And really the only thing I need is the profile ID, right? So I'm going to say string profile ID, all right? The ID of the AI match that we've had, right? The ID of the AI profile that we are going to be conversing with. So this is going to be create request, all right? And this is going to be the post body. So we expect this request to contain profile ID : value in the post body, right? So I'm going to say request body. Okay, this is the annotation that says, hey Spring MVC, hey Spring Boot, get the request JSON, convert it into the structure, profile ID : value, and pass it to me over here. So I can assume that this thing is passed to me by Spring Boot and I can use it. Okay, what do I need? I get the profile ID and I need to create a new conversation from it, right? We've seen how to create a new conversation. You already did it here. Let's do some copy paste. Here is the conversation, right? I've created a new conversation and I have saved it to the repository. That's really what we need to do over here. Okay, but there are a few things we need to do. First is we need to create the ID, not basically just put the ID as 1 because it's going to be the same thing every time. We want a new ID to be created every time, okay? Next, let's say this is whatever is the ID. That's the first thing we need to do. The second thing is we need to pull up the ID that we're having a conversation with from the request, which is the profile ID, right? So I'm going to say request dot profile ID. Okay, this is going to give me the ID that was sent. And what about the messages? Well, we are just creating a conversation, so there are going to be no messages, right? There are no conversations that have happened yet. Well, I don't like null. Let me just do a new array list, okay? An empty list. There are no conversations. There are no messages in this conversations yet. It has just started. So I'm going to create a new conversation where the ID is a little like, I don't know what to put as the ID over here. Maybe I generate a UUID. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. I'm going to say UUID.toString, right? I'm going to create a UUID, just some random ID for the conversation, because again, we don't want the conversation to be navigable, right? By moving, increasing and decreasing numbers. We want it to be random so that it's not easy to guess. So I'm going to generate a random ID. I'm not letting MongoDB increment. I'm controlling the ID over here. I have the profile. Who am I conversing with? Which profile, which AI profile am I conversing with, which is the profile ID. And then I have an empty list of messages. Now I have the conversation. Well, I need the conversation repository. So let me do this. I'm going to create a constructor. I'm going to generate a constructor, which takes in, well, I'm going to create a private conversation repository, and I'm going to generate a constructor which takes the conversation repository. All right, happy to make it final. Now I can do conversation repository.save of this conversation. So anytime I do this, I'm going to get a new conversation and I can actually return this. Why make it void? We need to know what the conversation ID is, right? So I'm going to say return this conversation. You're going to save this and then return conversation. I have, this is a profile. ID is 1. I'm going to create one more profile. Let me put this over here. Profile ID 2, foo, bar. Well, I'll just leave the rest as is. I basically need 2 profiles here. And now I can restart and test this out. Let's verify if our conversation controller is able to create a new conversation. Okay, let's run this. All right, I'm going to click this drop down and say generate request in HTTP client. So this is one of those features which is available in the Ultimate Edition and it is not available in the Community Edition. If you're using a Community Edition, you just have to go use Postman or some REST client to make this request. All it's doing is making a request to /conversations. I'm going to pass in an ID. I'm going to pass ID 1 and then let's execute. And what we get back is a conversation. Look at that. We've got an ID and we've got the profile ID that is generated. Let's do one more. I'm going to create conversation with ID 2. Well, that works fine. Now, right now, the problem is I can enter any ID and it is basically going to create a conversation. This is not what we want. We want to verify that the ID we are being passed is actually a valid profile ID. So we need to search for it first. Okay, let's create a profile repository over here as well, right? Just like we have a conversation repository, I'm going to have a profile repository. Why do I need this? Somebody sends me an ID and say, let's have a conversation with this profile. I first need to make sure that the profile exists. So I'm going to use the profile repository and try to retrieve that profile. Okay, profile repository, this dot profile repository equals profile repository. It can be a nice drinking game for how many times I say the word profile repository. All right, so now we've got the request. First thing we need to do before we create a conversation is check a valid profile. How do I do this? I do a profile repository dot find by ID, all right? The repository, the Mongo repository has a find by ID method, right? You give it an ID and it's going to find a record with that ID, okay? So I'm going to say request dot profile ID, okay? Go profile repository and find me that profile ID. And now if this exists, great. If not, I basically need to throw an error, right? I cannot continue further. I have to throw an error. So there is a or else throw method, which is super handy. Or else throw lets you throw a certain error if a find by ID is not successful. So you basically chain it to find by ID of this value dot or else throw. And this is going to take in a lambda, which is going to be what throws when something is not found, right? So I'm going to say new response status exception, which is basically like, okay, I'm not able to find something, right? I can pass in an HTTP status here. HTTP status dot, let's see, there must be like a not found or something. All right. I don't need this profile because I'm not taking anything from the profile value, right? I still need to do just this. I need to create a conversation with that ID and then save it. That's all I'm doing. I'm not picking any value from profile, but I need to verify that that profile exists, right? I'm saying I want to converse with profile ID 1234. I need to make sure that profile ID 1234 exists. Otherwise, when I'm loading the conversation, there are going to be more errors, right? Things are not going to work. So I might as well break right now. So I get the profile, try to get the profile from the profile repository using find by ID. And if it doesn't work, I throw. This is it. This is all I care about for the profile. And after that, I forget about it and I move on to create the conversation. Okay, let's verify this one more time. And this time, if I enter nonsense values, it should give me an error, right? I'm going to go to the client and here I have conversations. Let's say I type with conversation 1, make a post request, I get a conversation. Let's say I do an unavailable profile. How did it work? Profile ID is this. Interesting, it still works. All right, let's see what's going on here. Request.profile ID, find by ID, or else throw. Did I run it? Let's run it. No, this one. Restart. Stop and rerun. Maybe I didn't stop and rerun. Okay, there are a bunch of conversations that have been created already. I need to clear them all out. All right, so let's try and run this with something which doesn't exist. You see here, I get an error. Not found, 404. But if I use an existing profile, this is something that already exists, I'm going to get a 200 and I'm going to get back a conversation. Cool. Now I'm going to go to the application and here, before I create this stuff, I'm going to need to delete everything because notice what's happening here. Let me show you something. So here, I click on run. All the conversations, all the nonsense conversations that I had before still exist. So I'm going to have to clear them all out. So I'm going to say profile repository dot delete all to clear all the profiles and then delete all to clear all the conversations so that everything goes away when I start the application. This might be fine, but this, I don't want to leave it for too long because guess what? We're going to be creating a bunch of AI profiles, right? So we don't want to leave, you don't want to clear out everything, or maybe we do and we initialize it again. We'll figure that out later. But for now, I'm clearing this out so that we start with a clean slate every time I start my application. All right. So with this, we have one API, which is creating a conversation, right? I can create a conversation with a certain profile and I get back a conversation ID, right? Nothing happens, no conversation, no text is exchanged, right? No ideas are exchanged. But we have an entity in the database which represents a conversation where we can add more messages later. And we're going to do that next. But let me first commit this. I'm going to say create new conversation controller. And I'm going to commit Now we're going to move on to, oh, well, it actually still complains about unused imports. Well, let's get rid of these unused imports. And we're going to move on to creating a new message in an existing conversation. Okay, so now we have matched with the profile. We have started a conversation by creating a record in the database for a conversation. Now we need to break the ice. We need to take that first step. We need to send that first message to introduce ourselves to our new AI match and ask them how they're doing, right? We need to start a conversation by sending a message. We need to take that conversation ID that we have returned over here and say, hey, how's it going, right? A message to start the conversation. And this happens with another method, which is going to be a put mapping to conversation, right? We're gonna put a message to conversations given a conversation ID. It's going to be conversations/conversation ID, and we are going to add a message to it. We do this by posting a message to /conversations/conversation ID, which is the ID that we get from creating a new conversation. We're going to post a message to it. All right. So this is going to be public conversation, right? I'm going to call this, let's say, add message to conversation. And what do I need over here? I need maybe something in the request body, which is basically the message in the request body. But this needs to have a path variable conversation ID. Take this over here and add conversations / the conversation ID. All right. We need to know what is the conversation that we want to post this message to. All right. So this is going to be string conversation ID, right? This is going to get, we're going to get this conversation ID that is passed in to this path variable. I'm going to annotate this with path variable so that Spring knows to send me this thing as an argument, right? And I also need in the post body, I need the message text itself. And let's see, let's look at what we have here. We have chat message. I'm just going to accept this as an argument. We don't need another record, right? So I'm going to say chat message, all right? They're going to send this as a part of the request. And this is, of course, going to be at request body. Okay. I get the path variable, conversation ID, and I get the request body, which is the chat message. Now, fetch the conversation, and I need to add the chat message to the list of chat messages that already exist in that conversation. When you create a conversation, we start out with an empty list, right? We're going to have to add to that list every time a new message is posted to this conversation. Now I'm going to first fetch this conversation, right? I'm going to do something very similar to what I'm doing over here, right? I need to get the conversation and make sure that this conversation exists, the ID for which we are passing. We need to make sure that that conversation exists for that ID. Conversation repository dot find by ID. I'm going to fetch the conversation that is in, no, not chat message. I need to just get conversation ID, right? The user is saying post a message to this conversation ID. Now I need to make sure that that conversation exists. Okay, or else I throw not found. I can actually pass in a message over here. I think the response status exception takes in a reason as well. So let's do that. I'm going to pass in a reason. So first is a code. Second is unable to find, and then conversation ID. Okay. Similarly, I can pass in a message over here so that it makes sense. Unable to find a profile with ID, and then request dot profile ID. Let's format the code so that it looks a little better. Well, actually didn't move it to the next line. Let's actually move this to the next line so that we don't have to scroll too much. There we go. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing over here. and move this here. Okay, so the first thing I do when I need to add a message to a conversation is first make sure that the conversation exists. Okay, we don't believe the user. We need to make sure that they're sending the right thing. Okay, now once we find the conversation, let's hold on to it. Let's say conversation equals this. We just needed to make sure that the profile exists. But here we need the conversation. Why do we need it? Because we need to add this message to this conversation, right? So I need to do conversation dot messages dot add, right? I need to add to it. If you're going, hey Kaushik, this is a record. How can you add something to the record? Well, records are shallowly mutable. Record has a message, which is a list. There's an array list. An array list is mutable, so I can add something to that array list. I'm not changing the record itself. Now, I do want to change something with the record. Now, you notice here, conversation has, hang on a second. Well, messages has something. If you look at chat message has message time. Do we expect the user to send a message time? We don't believe that. They might enter a wrong time. They might enter in a different time zone. They might troll and enter something in the past, maybe from the future. We want to create our own time, okay? So can I add the time to chat message before I save it? Now this I cannot do because this is a record, right? Records are immutable. I cannot change the message time. I'm basically relying on what is sent over here. If I want to update it, I want to say, I'm not going to rely on whatever message time the user sends. I want to create my own time. Well, then I need to create a copy of the record because the message itself is immutable. The chat message is immutable. I cannot modify the time. I basically need to create a new chat message, right? A duplicate copy. I'm going to say chat message, let's call this message with time equals new chat message. And I'm basically copying over all the values except for time where I'm going to create my own time. Okay, so what is the first thing I need? I need chat message dot message text. That's the first thing, right? Message text, author ID, and message time. I'm going to say message text, the author ID, chat message dot author ID, and then local datetime dot now. Now hang on a second. How do we believe that the author ID exists? They might send us wrong information even here. Let's make sure that in addition to verifying that the conversation exists, I'm going to make sure that the author ID that this chat message contains is also a valid ID. All right, so I'm going to say this is chat message dot author ID exists. If not, we give an error message, author ID. Now, I feel like there's one other validation that we need to do, which is, let's say I have a conversation with a Tinder match ID 1234, right? Somebody sends me, for that conversation, send a chat message where the author is 5678. Now that's not going to work, right? The chat message for a conversation has to be either what the user wrote or what the profile that is associated with that conversation wrote. It can't be anything else. How do I validate that? I'm just going to add a to-do here and maybe come back to that later. Need to validate that the author of a message happens to be only the profile associated with the message user. Okay, I'm going to validate that maybe later, but for now, I'm just going to make sure that at least the profile that is sent is one of the profiles that exists in the system. Okay, now let's quickly validate that we have everything. We're adding a message to a conversation. We get the conversation ID and the chat message. We first verify that the conversation exists. Next, we verify that the author of that message exists. And then we create a new message where we throw away the time that the user has sent. We make sure we track our own time. And then we add the chat message to the conversation. Now conversation repository dot save of this conversation. And then I'm going to return the conversation. This is simple, right? Nothing too complicated. We just had to do a couple of things to make this work, but this is fairly simple. Let's wait for it to run and we will test this out. We are going to make a call to the conversation here. All right, so first let's create a conversation because we're deleting it every time. Remember, we are deleting all the conversations at the beginning. So every time we restart the application, we're gonna have to create this, which is fine. It's a little painful, but it's I kind of like it. It gives me control over what it is that I want. Okay, so now I have created a conversation with profile ID 1, and I have this conversation ID. Now I'm going to make a call to this conversation. I'm going to make a post request to this conversation. And what do I need? All right, so the message text is, hi, how are you? The lamest message you can give to introduce yourself to a Tinder match. Okay, this is the message text. What else? Author ID, I'm going to make it 1. And then message time really doesn't matter because we are essentially throwing it away. This is what we are going to send. There's going to be a new message to this conversation. Let's run it. And now what we have here is, well, look at that. We have one message in this conversation. Let's put another message. I am doing great. How are you? Looks like we have an equally lame person that we have matched against. Let's make sure. Oh, look at that. It didn't work. Why did it not work? It's the same conversation ID. This is interesting. Why do I get a 404? Do we not have author ID 2? I thought we created 2 profiles. We do have 2 profiles. Let's see. Author ID 1. Okay, so for author ID 1, it works fine. Well, look at that. I create a new message, but I'm not using it. I'm going to pass this here. So that should take care of the message time being proper. But now, why is ID 2 not working? Maybe I'm not saving it. Yeah, that's the problem. See, I'm not saving the profile ID, the second profile. So let me actually save this too. Profile repository dot save of profile. Let me actually make this a new profile, profile 2, and I'm going to save profile 2. Yeah, we just had one profile in the system. That's the reason why it rejected profile 2. So it did the right thing. I was making a silly mistake here where I wasn't saving the second profile. Now let's see, do we have both the profiles here? Yeah, look at that. We have 2 profiles. And now I'm going to go back to this thing here. I'm going to create a new conversation. All right. Now we have this conversation ID. I'm going to get the conversation ID, paste it here, and I'm going to send a message with ID 2, and then one more message with ID 1. Send that. Now I have a conversation going on, right? A fascinating conversation between 2 drunk people, but a conversation nevertheless. All right, so now we are able to get a conversation, fetch it from the database, add messages to it, and then save it back to the database. So we have something that can track a chat thread, okay? I'm gonna create another conversation. Let's create one more with ID 2, get this. And we basically have 2 conversations that can happen in parallel, right? Now I'm going to paste this here. This is going to be convo 2, all right? Now look at that. We have the second conversation. All right. Now I'm going to save this, commit this, and say create controller method to add messages to a conversation and commit. Review to do, well, I'm going to ignore the to do because we're going to get back to that later. We are able to create an empty conversation. We're able to add a message to a conversation. Well, one thing we need is to fetch a conversation, right? Given a conversation ID, I need to be able to fetch it. Let's quickly do that. This should be super duper simple, all right? This is going to be a get mapping to conversation/conversation ID, import class, thank you. I'm going to say get conversation, and I'm going to copy over the conversation ID as a path variable. Really don't need anything else. I'm basically going to get this part of the code where I'm fetching a conversation and throwing an error if that conversation doesn't exist. And now I'm going to basically just return conversation. And as simple as that, right? I'm going to basically get one conversation. What is this complaining about? Local variable is redundant. Okay, fine. I'm just going to return this. Okay. Now let's run this again and verify that we are able to fetch a conversation as well. Okay. Let's go to the requests, making a post request, getting a conversation with this particular thing. And I'm going to write a message. So we have something in place, right? Convo1 and author ID 1. All right, so we've got two messages here. I'm going to go here to create another conversation. Get this guy here and make a get request to this one now. First, I need to make a post request to save messages, right? I'm going to say, I need to do this. Okay, now I'm going to say, again, drunk people talk. It can be the same ID, by the way. It's not going to complain. See, I made like a duplicate message. It doesn't care if it's alternative or whatever. It just needs a message to be passed in. So now make a get to this conversation, and I'm going to get back the conversation here. I'm going to make a get request to the first conversation, which is this one, which is a bunch of convos, and I need to get those messages as well. All right, yeah, I'm getting that back, right? So I can basically switch between them, send messages to any of them. So basically, let's say you have like 3 or 4 matches. You can go to one conversation, send a message to that person, go back, send a message to another person in a different conversation, and so on. Technically, this allows for you to create multiple conversations with the same person, with the same AI profile, but that's fine. I don't care about it, right? It's maybe we can do this as an enhancement later. Maybe you can do this as an enhancement as a part of your homework. Look at me giving you homework. But for now, I'm just going to let it be, okay? You can technically have multiple conversations threads with the same profile with the way I've created it, but that's okay. Ideally, if you want to avoid that, you should get rid of the idea of conversation ID, have the profile be the conversation ID. In that case, you can only have one conversation with a profile, right? There's like a one-to-one mapping. If you want to do that, you're free to do that. All right, I'm going to check this in, create controller method to get conversation. All right, commit. And now we have a bunch of conversation APIs that support sending messages and interacting with these AI profiles. They don't do anything. You're doing all the work here. Now I think it's time to let the AI do some work. All right, so we have a bunch of APIs for creating a conversation, posting messages. But one thing you notice is that we are writing all the messages, right? I'm actually posting each and every message in the conversation. So this is probably close to what my experience would be if I would use an actual Tinder app. I'm doing all the work, but we need interaction. We need messages from someone who's other than me. And that's where AI needs to come in, all right? We need to bring in AI to respond to our messages. And we're going to try doing that by first making sure that we are able to make a request to OpenAI and get back a response. And that's where we're going to leverage the Spring
OpenAI integration, right? Spring AI has OpenAI integration, have a chat completion API call. There is a recommendation for how to go about it. I'm looking at the documentation here. Well, we've got the key in place. We've got the dependency in place. So we know that those things exist. Now, we've got a bunch of chat properties that I'm basically going to just skip past. Just going to assume the default works fine. And this looks like how we call the API. Okay, look at this. Chat client.call, and we're going to pass in a prompt. Okay, we create a prompt, pass it to this OpenAI chat client. And what this chat client is going to do is going to take the prompt, give it to OpenAI, have it infer, run the inference, give a response, and then we're going to get back the response over here. We're just going to do a dummy call to this thing. Okay. First of all, I'm going to just copy this thing over here. We're going to get the OpenAI chat client and we are going to inject it. We're going to auto wire it, right? So this OpenAI chat client comes with Spring Boot, right? We've added the pom.xml. You notice here, we've added the Spring AI bill of materials, and we've added the OpenAI, where did that go? Here it is, the OpenAI dependency, okay? Now we have a bean for interacting with OpenAI. All I need to do is inject it, and I'm gonna inject it in the main application, right? It runs it when run happens. Not gonna need it over here long term. This is just to test it, okay? I'm going to auto wire this thing, OpenAI chat client. And we're gonna import it. What is this complaining about? Might not have been initialized, okay? Let's get rid of this. And we have auto wired, so it is going to initialize this after this thing gets injected. Okay, now here, before I run anything else, I'm going to run inference on this thing, right? I'm just gonna copy paste this example. So I have a prompt and then chat client.call of message. Oh, this is simple. Just chat client.call of message, which is a string. All right. I'm going to say chat client.call of message. And I'm going to get back a string. Interesting. I don't even get back a message. I get back a string. Okay. So let's ask about me. Let's see if OpenAI knows who I am. All right, let's run this. And of course, I have to print it. Response. Let's run it. This thing should use the OpenAI client to make a call by passing this prompt and then returning a response. And we are printing that response. We'll see. We'll see how it works. All right, we get an error. What's the error? Error while extracting a response for content type. Chat completion. Interesting. So this is the example. Let's take a look at the docs here. Okay, chat client.call returns a response. Oh, I like this. Let's do that. I'm going to pass in a prompt and I'm going to return a response. I'm going to do that now. All right, I'm going to say prompt, new prompt. What does this need? Just contents? Prompt of string, okay. Let's ask this as a prompt. Prompt equals new prompt. Chat client.call of prompt is going to return a chat response. Okay, and then I'm going to print out response dot get result dot. I have no idea. I'm just guessing here. Let's take a look at what this is. Chat response results. Okay, get a result basically gets the first one, which is what I want. So I'm just going to do get result, and it gives me generation. Generation has assistant message. Dot get output gives me the assistant message. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to print dot get result dot get output. Let's see if this works. I'm going to restart now. Restart. Okay, I get another error. Error while extracting the response. Well, it's actually the same error. I don't know. I'm basically looking at the example here. Is this what it needs? I don't have these two properties. Let's try. I'm going to go to application.properties. I'm going to add these. Let's make a GPT 4.0, which is the latest model. And let's retry. Well, I have no idea what's going on, so I'm basically going to try and do a Google search of this error and ask Stack Overflow, please add the following dependency and it'll resolve the issue. It's adding HTTP client 5. Thanks, this is getting resolved. Interesting. So it requires a dependency. Maybe the bill of materials forgot to add this dependency. Maybe it's a bug that will be fixed later. I don't know if it'll even be fixed. Let's see. Now I'm going to add this and let's see if this works. I'm going to reload project and get this dependency. And let's run this one more time. Okay. Get an error. Invalid API key provided. I'm going to try and paste that key right here and see if that makes a difference. Application.properties. Paste the key right here. All right, let's see if this works now. Okay, make the call. Oh, look at that. It did work. Okay, so what does it return? Maybe I had gotten the key wrong. Look at that. Kaushik Kotagal is a software engineer, author, and speaker known for his expertise in Java, Spring, and other related technologies. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff over here. Pretty cool. OpenAI knows about me. This is awesome. Okay, so I think the problem is with the key. So I'm going to put this back here. Go to terminal. Let's see. Echo OpenAI key. Is that what I have? Let's see. .tilde/ .zshrc. This is where I have saved Spring AI open and this is why. You see this? This is why. This was a silly mistake. Okay, so let's get this thing here. All right, update this and then go run this thing again. Okay, I'm going to remove the breakpoint. I'm going to exit this here and we will run this again. So this was the fix, right? The pom.xml. This was the fix. So if you run into this problem and you get the error with unable to deserialize or whatever, you got to initialize, you got to add this dependency, HTTP client 5. So thank you, Stack Overflow user, whoever you wrote this, and we're able to get a response, right? Now what we can do is have it do things for us, right? All we need to do is change the prompt and tell it what it needs to do, and then we can make calls and have it do things. The first thing that I wanted to do is create a bunch of profiles, right? Right now we have 2 profiles which are really silly, right? These things don't make any sense, right? So we need to create a bunch of user profiles that have a varying set of names and ages and ethnicities and bio and, Myers-Briggs personality types. So we're going to have AI generate those things so we can seed our database with a bunch of these profiles and then we can start talking to them.
Now this is where you either go and follow along the profile creation piece where you're going to be writing the code to create a bunch of profiles, or you're going to go click on the link in the description and register and get your download bundle, which has all of the profiles available, right? Here's what you need to have. You need to have this profiles.json file at the root of the directory, which contains all of the profiles based on what gender you're looking for, right? And if it's male or female, make sure you have the right profiles.json over here. And then secondly, resources static.images should have all of the images that are associated with those profiles, right? These two are one bundle. You put the JSON in the root directory and you put all the images in the static.images folder. These are all the profile images for the profiles that we have, right? They're kind of tied together. These profile images go with the profiles in profiles.json. So make sure you download both and save it in this directory. So there is a file in the download which tells you exactly what you need to do. There are 3 things to do to add the profile information to your code. The first is to get the profiles.json file, right? This is from the downloads. This profiles.json contains all of the profiles that we're going to seed into our system, right? Each object here is a JSON object which represents one profile, right? It has the same data as our profile entity. You see this? This is our profile entity. Our profiles JSON has the same data. So each object here represents one profile, right? And this profiles.json is basically an array of all these profiles. There are a whole lot of profiles here, right? And this is what the generation piece has given us. Next, you're going to get the static.images directory, right? You're going to extract the images file and place it into static.images, right? This contains all of the images that correspond to each of these profiles, all right? Each profile here has an image URL, right? It has an image name, and this image name corresponds to one image name in this directory. When you download the profile.json and you download the images and place it over here, each profile corresponds to one image, all right? And then the final thing is in the Tinder-AI backend application.java, which is the main application, I'm going to have one call to this method called save profiles to DB. Okay, what this does is it takes all of the JSON objects from profile.json and it is going to save this to the database, right? It's going to save this to MongoDB. It's going to seed this, right? Because that's necessary, right? It's not enough that the profiles are in profiles.json. We have a profile repository which is going to persist all of the data into the database. So this method is going to do this. If you go to this method, basically what this does is it loads the JSON file and then inserts it into the database, right? This profile creation service is going to be available in the code snapshot that I have linked to, right? When you download the file, you're going to download also the state of the code that you need to be looking at, and this is what it does, right? You don't have to worry about the profile creation service if you don't care about how the profiles are created. Just know that you need to make a call to the save profiles to DB method from the main method so that all of the files, all of the profiles in profiles.json get saved to MongoDB, okay? You not only want to save all of the profiles, you also want to have a profile of your own, right? You need to have a profile that represents who you are so that, first of all, you can save information about your name, age, ethnicity, Myers-Briggs personality type is what your bio is, and that's going to make for an interesting conversation. The AI is going to intelligently respond to you based on your profile. So in order to do this, I have this user profile here, which is Tinder-AI character.user, which contains all of the information about the user. So here I have my information here. I have my name, age, ethnicity, and a short bio. It's you can change this to whatever you want. So this method, save profiles to DB, is also going to save yours. All right, it's going to save your profile. So basically follow all the instructions in the download bundle. It is basically very clearly laid out exactly what you want to do. And of course, you can watch the supplementary video to expand on each of these things as well, step by step. But basically, once you get the download bundle and follow the instructions, you should be exactly where I am now, and you can continue the tutorial and follow along. What is the very first thing that somebody's going to do when they open the app? Well, they're going to be looking at profiles and swiping left and right. We need an endpoint which renders a random profile, and that's what we're going to do now. We have a bunch of profiles created already now because of the seeding and the generation, the image generation. So the database should have a bunch of these profile documents. MongoDB will have a bunch of profile documents. We need an endpoint which is going to, when called, return one random profile with all of these details so that the UI can render it
And then we'll have the user be able to swipe left or swipe right, right? And then the same API gets called, another random profile gets rendered, and so on. So that's the API that we're going to create. So in the profiles package, I'm going to create a profile controller because it's going to be a random profile that gets rendered. And I'm going to call this the profile controller. And this profile controller is just like anything else. It's going to be a REST controller. And it is going to have one method, which is going to be a get profile. All right, so I'm going to have a public profile get random profile. Okay, so this is going to return one random profile from the repository. And this is going to be a get mapping. I'm going to have the URL be /profiles/random, right? Whenever this API gets called, we want it to return a random profile. Pick one random profile from the database and return it. In order to do this, we need the repository, of course. So I'm going to auto-wire the profile repository. Let's say private profile repository, Make this auto-wired. And here I can have a random character, so get random profile, right? So let's say profile repository dot get random profile. I'm going to have a similar method in the profile repository, and this is just going to return this, right? Now I need to create this one. I'm going to have IntelliJ help me by creating this method. And now this method needs to go to MongoDB and get a random profile. There are ways in which MongoDB can return a random document, and that is using an aggregation query. So MongoDB has aggregation queries, and this aggregation query looks something like this, right? So I'm going to have a $sample, which is an aggregation query which returns one sample document, right? It can be any sample. So just give me a random sample, and this is the way to get a random document from MongoDB. And you can say how many random documents you want. You say size, and then how many ever you want. Right now we want just one. Okay, so this is what's called an aggregation query, and this is literally a syntax in MongoDB to get a random sampling of documents. Now this is all we need, right? What I'm going to do is mark this as @aggregation, which is the way in which you run aggregation queries. And the way this works is there's a property called pipeline, and here you pass in the aggregation query. Okay, there are different types of queries in MongoDB. What we've been doing is basically the general query for retrieving documents, saving documents, and all that stuff. And there is a second type of query, second class of queries, which is aggregation, which is used for summarization, reporting, where you want to have like other kinds of queries for analytics and all that stuff, right? So what we are doing here is we're using the aggregation query, and pipeline basically takes this curly brace, and the quote is inside the curly brace, right? So basically I have pipeline equals curly brace, and inside the curly brace, I'm going to have double quotes, and inside the double quotes, I'm going to have the aggregation query, right? Any kind of summarization or aggregation query. What is the aggregation query that I'm using now? I'm saying, get me a random sampling of size of 1. So this is going to get me a random document. How does it know which document to get? Well, this is from the profile repository. So it knows that it needs a random profile. Okay, so it is going to fetch me, this thing is going to fetch me a random profile. All right, now I have this done, and I have the URL set to profile/random. So now with this, I have an endpoint which returns a random profile. Let's test this out. All right, so I'm going to go back to the main application and start the run. I have made sure that the create profiles as 0 passed in, so it's not going to create any profiles. It's just going to save all the profiles from the JSON file to the database. Now I can go to the profile controller and make an API call using HTTP client, run this, and I'm going to get back one random profile. I'll call it again. I'm going to get back another random profile. All right, so this seems to be working fine. So we have an endpoint for making a call from the profile view screen. This is where people are gonna left swipe and right swipe, right? So every time we load the page or when a swipe happens, we're gonna make this call and get a random profile, which is literally like the first thing that people are gonna do when they load the app. So we have the endpoint for that now. Now there's one endpoint that I want to make, which is to get all the matches, to get all the profiles that the user has swiped right on. Well, that is equivalent to a match because every right swipe actually results in a match. Now I can do this with the existing data model, a document which stores conversations with a match. And when we do a match, we can have a conversation started and have it be an empty message, which is fine. You have a conversation ID that indicates that a match has been made. But I'm actually not so sure that that's the right approach at this point, because if I have to get conversations, for example, one endpoint that I have to build is, show all the matches that this user has, right? All the matches that this person has swiped right on. And we need to show a list of all those profiles. Now, imagine how it would look like over here. If I had to say, get me all the conversations and the profile IDs, well, if I'm getting all the conversations, I'm actually getting the messages along with it, right? Because think about what a conversation is. I'm basically getting a list of all the messages, and I don't want to do that. What I want is a list of matches and perhaps the conversation ID for each match. So I'm kind of leaning towards creating a separate data model for it, basically calling it matches. And all it's going to contain is the profile that's been matched and the conversation ID that corresponds to that profile. Because we're going to have just one conversation for an individual profile, right? Given a profile, you're not going to have multiple conversations. The profile can be a duplicate. It doesn't matter. Since it's MongoDB, we can have a copy of the profile object so that we don't have to go fetch the profile information as well when you're getting a list of matches. A list of matches is basically querying the matches document for all the profile and conversation ID tuples, okay? So I'm going to create this here as a separate package. I'm going to create a separate class here called matches, and this is going to be matches dot, and let me just call it match. And each match, this is going to be a record. Each match is going to contain the profile and the conversation ID. Right? I don't want this to be the conversation, because if I make this a whole conversation document, we end up with the same problem, right? First of all, we're going to be duplicating the whole conversation with all the messages, and secondly, it's not performant, right? So we're going to have just the conversation ID, and we're going to have the profile, and every time the user swipes right on a profile, we're going to create a conversation using the conversation controller API, or perhaps making a call to the repository directly. Figure that out as we go. Where's the create conversation part? All right, here, we're creating a conversation, right? We can have a match endpoint where you create a new match and then you create a conversation and map it to it so that we have this tuple available, right? So I'm going to create a match repository, which is going to contain all the matches. I'm basically going to just copy this stuff here. Let me copy this. This is going to be matches, and conversation is going to be match. All right. Now I have the match repository. Well, now the question is, what's the ID for this thing? Let's see. We have, we can create an ID, just like we have an ID for the profile, right? We can create a match ID, which is useful for, I don't know, picking a specific match that's good to have an ID. So I'm going to say string ID, just in case. And so that we have an ID for the repository. This is going to be an ID of string. Okay, this is perfect. Right, now I have the repository. Let me create a controller here, right? I'm going to create a new Java class, match controller. This is going to be a REST controller, and I'm going to have a
a method to create a match, which is what's going to get called when somebody right swipes. And we're going to have a method to get all matches, right? So the create match is going to be very similar to the create conversation. What I thought would create conversation is going to be a create match. So I'm probably going to get rid of this method, right? I'm kind of changed my mind about having the match be the primary entry point rather than the conversation itself. So I'm basically going to copy paste this thing and let's say match and let's say matches, and there's going to be a post request to matches. This is going to be match and match, create new match, request. We're going to have a create match request. What will the create match request be? What was the create conversation request? Let's see. All right, the create conversation request was just the profile ID. We're going to need a little more. So we're going to go here and say public record create match request, which is going to contain, well, what would it contain? It will contain the profile ID and the conversation ID. So, or actually no, it will contain just the profile ID, because the conversation ID is something that we're going to create. Just when the match is created, what I'm going to do is like, okay, I'm going to save that match and say, okay, I want a new conversation for this match. I'm going to go ahead and create that, and I'm going to return a match with those things. But actually what I need for this is just the profile ID. So I'm going to say string profile ID. All right, we're going to get the profile ID, and now I need the profile repository and the conversation repository because we're going to do both. So I'm going to go back here and get the profile repository and the conversation repository. All right. And I'm going to create a controller here. I'm going to create a constructor with both of them. And here, what do I need to do? I get a profile. So I get the request, which is basically saying this user has made this match. This user has swiped right on this match. So first I need to save this to the match document, right? Create a new document and then create a new conversation and send back the match. So first I'm going to do the check of file ID if the profile ID exists. So it's going to be exactly the same. And then I'm going to check if the conversation has already started with this particular match. Okay, if the conversation has already started, next I'm going to make a new conversation. All right, so I have a new conversation for this particular match, and I'm going to save that conversation, and now I'm going to return a new match with the values. Well, the profile is the profile. Let's say profile equals this. And then here I can say profile.id. I usually like to do this instead of picking from the request. Once I know that I have an object that I pulled up from the database, I'd rather use that even though the value is the same, because there's a lot more code that can add in between these two later. All right, so I create the conversation, and now I create a new match of profile and then the conversation dot ID. All right, I'm going to send these two back. Expected 3 arguments. All right, I'm going to need an ID. All right, I'm just going to create a blank UUID. Okay, match equals new match of, get the UUID from the code over here. We have this. We're going to get that. The UUID, the profile, and the conversation ID. Okay, now we have the match. Now we can persist this. So I'm going to paste this and call this the match repository. This is going to be the match repository, and match repository, add this to the constructor, and here I'm going to persist the match repository dot save
of the match, and then return match. All right. There is perhaps one other thing we can do, which is to make sure when you're creating a conversation here, we can make sure that there is no previous conversation with this particular profile, right? I'm going to put a to-do here. I'm probably not going to do this now, but basically what we need to do is make sure there are no existing conversations with this profile already. Okay, and maybe I will get to this. We'll see. So I have created a new match by first verifying that the profile exists, get the profile, create a new conversation, save it to the database, create a new match, save that to the database, and then return the match. All right, now the next step is to get all the matches, right? I'm going to say public. There's going to be a set of all matches, get all matches, and this doesn't require any arguments. It's basically going to get everything for the currently logged in user. We don't have user IDs, so just basically get everything from the matches document. This is going to be match repository dot find all, and basically just return this. What does find all give us? Find all gives us a list. All right, I'm just gonna do a list. That's okay. We are just returning this as is. So we return a list, and this is going to be get mapping. All right, this is get mapping of matches slash matches. Okay. So I'm going to restart the application and verify this, make sure this is fine. All right, I get an error. What's the error? Cannot import. All right, this one has to be matches dot match and matches dot match controller. Isn't that right? Matches. Okay. We don't need these two imports anyway, so we can get rid of that. Let's run. Okay. We have started this. I'm going to make a post request, and I'm going to make a post request, and the body of the request is going to be, the body is just the profile ID, right? Profile ID is going to be, I'm basically going to just copy over one profile ID, copy just the file name here. This is one profile ID, right? Close this and make a request. Okay, looks like it's found this. So what we get back is a match with the ID, the match ID, which for all practical purposes we are not going to be using. The profile itself, it's looked it up, and then it has a conversation ID. All right, let's do one more. I'm going to copy the file name again and send this over as well. So basically this is another profile that we have done a right swipe on. Perfect. Now we're going to do a fetch of profile of matches, right? I'm going to say generate a request, fetch all matches. We should basically get 2 matches, right? We have match number 1 with the conversation ID, match number 2 with this conversation ID. So now we have an API, a better API for showing the list of matches, right? So when they've swiped right, swiped left, they want to see, okay, who are all the profiles that I've swiped right on and I've had a conversation started. So you go there, this is the API that's going to get called, and we're going to see all the matches there. We're not going to pull up all the conversations. We're going to pull up the conversation only when the user chooses to chat with one of those matches, right? That's when we go to the chat screen and we show the conversations, and we have the conversation ID over here. You see this? We have the conversation ID, and we can use this API, the get mapping, get conversation, pass in the conversation ID, and we are going to get the conversation and all the chat messages. That's how it's going to work.
All right, now that we have the backend APIs, it's time to switch to the front end. We're going to be building a React application, and we're going to write the front end elements and the components that are going to make a call to our backend APIs. The traditional way of creating a React application has always been a certain CLI called create React app, right? Create-react-app. But that CLI has been outdated for a while now, and it's not the recommended way to create React applications. There are a bunch of more standard and more recommended ways of doing it today. I'm going to go with a CLI called Vite.
Okay, I'm on my terminal here, and I'm going to create my React app using Vite. Vite is a build tool. It's spelled V-I-T-E, and this is a build tool for Vue.js, but it is so versatile that it does a whole lot more. You can create React apps using Vite, and at this point, it's actually the recommended way of creating React apps. And the old way, which was literally called create React app, is no longer recommended. Well, this is Frontend, so this is very likely going to change in 5 minutes. But as of me talking and recording this video, Vite is probably the recommended way to create React apps. So what I do is I type npm create Vite. Okay, for this to work, you need npm installed. You need Node.js installed on your machine. So make sure you have that working. If you don't know how to install it, this is probably not the right level of tutorial for you when you're trying to build a React app. I hope you have some kind of a JavaScript environment set up with Node and npm installed. So you should have npm installed on your machine. I think a fairly recent version should be fine. And now once you know that you have npm installed, you run npm create Vite. Now what Vite is going to do is it's going to ask you a bunch of questions. What kind of a project do you want to create? Well, start with the project name. I'm going to create Tinder-AI Frontend. And I can choose what is the framework that I need. Well, you have so many options. This is the reason why I like Vite. So you can do a vanilla JavaScript project. You can do Vue, React, Preact, Lit, Svelte, a whole lot more. I'm going to go with React. And now when I choose React, it tells me it lets me choose what variant I need. So I have TypeScript plus SWC, JavaScript and JavaScript plus SWC. I'm not going to get into the details of SWC, but basically it's a faster compiler for these things. So if you choose TypeScript and we choose TypeScript plus SWC, SWC is basically a speedy web compiler, so you get better results. There's no reason why you would choose TypeScript. If what you need is TypeScript, you'd rather choose SWC. I am going to use JavaScript instead because I don't want people who don't know TypeScript to be lost here. I don't want to add an additional layer of learning to this process. So I'm going to choose JavaScript, and SWC is pretty much a default choice. I'm going to choose that. And now it has created this project. So I'm going to do the commands that it has asked me to do, switch over to that directory and do npm install so that it installs all the Node packages. And then I can run npm run dev, and it is going to basically start a server with my code set up. I'm going to open this up though. I'm going to use Visual Studio Code to open this. If you guys are wondering why I'm using Visual Studio Code for this and IntelliJ for Java, well, I could have used either for either, to be honest, but I know there are a few followers of mine who like VS Code. There are a few viewers who like IntelliJ. So working on a full stack project, we'll choose IntelliJ for Java and VS Code for JavaScript and make both people happy, or perhaps both people unhappy. I don't know. You know what they say about making some people happy some of the time and so on. All right, so now I have VS Code open here, and this is my project. I have SRC, and there's a bunch of kind of ready-made components, like just one ready-made component called app, and I have app.css and main.jsx, index.css, like a bare bones JavaScript React project, right? And if you go to package.json, you will see there is a dev script, which is Vite. I'm going to run this, right? I'm going to say npm run dev. And it should start up a dev server on my machine. And here is the server, and this is where it's running. I'm going to access this in a browser. And here you go, folks. Here is our React application. There is a nice couple of logos. There is this title, and there is a button which maintains count. And then you can edit
and change this app, and it is going to basically auto reload and show you the results, which is pretty cool. This is going to be our starting point for our React applications. So I'm going to commit this and initialize the repository, and I'm going to say initial state from Vite. I'm going to save this as the starting point from the Vite CLI before I go ahead and delete a whole lot of stuff. I'm going to delete the app.css. I'm going to delete the index.css. I'm not going to need any of these styles. We're going to make our own styles, and a lot of this is going to go away as well. Let me actually do that now. App is literally going to be just, let's say, h1 hello world. I need to return this block, and now we should see hello world, right? Blank, empty React app for us to start working on. We'll just do that next. All right, now how do I start working on this React app? Well, I'm going to start with the most important thing first. What is the most important thing in any front-end application? Well, of course, it's got to look good. It doesn't matter what functionality it offers, it has to look good. And I'm going to add a style sheet implementation, a CSS, pre-built CSS implementation that makes things look good, and that is something called Tailwind. Tailwind is super popular when you're building React applications. It's, Bootstrap was the most popular way of using CSS frameworks, a few years back. But these days, everybody loves Tailwind. And Tailwind has this unique philosophy of creating all these individual class names that you can kind of pick and choose rather than having to do a lot of CSS work ourselves. I often see when I'm building React apps using Tailwind, there's not a lot of CSS work that I do anyway. It's basically all these small CSS classes that Tailwind already provides that I'm just going to add in, and things are usually good enough. So I'm going to start by installing Tailwind, right? I say npm install Tailwind CSS. Okay, that's going to be the first package I'm going to install, which is going to give us the CSS functionality. I'm going to install a couple more things. There is something called post CSS, which adds CSS post-processing. There is something called auto prefixer, which adds prefixes based on browsers. Different browsers have different prefixes. Auto prefixer kind of makes that happen magically, which is awesome, which is what we want. So I'm going to add that as well. Now these three are what I call dev time dependencies. I don't want them packaged in the final output, the bundled JavaScript files. I'm going to stick a -d in front of them. So what's going to happen is if you look at the package.json, you will see that it's gone to the dev dependencies section. There is one more dependency that I want to add, and that's going to be in the dependency section, which is something called Lucid React, right? So it's npm install lucid-react. So this is an icon library, which is going to be super useful because it helps us use these icons when building the UI, and again, just to make things look cool. So I'm going to install Lucid React, and we're going to use some of those icons when we're building the UI. Now that I have Tailwind CSS installed, I need to set up a configuration file over here to let Tailwind know that it has to do its thing. It has to initialize it, okay? So what I do, run this command, npx Tailwind CSS init -p. This is going to initialize Tailwind by creating a couple of config files. So there's tailwind.config.js, and then there is postcss.config.js. I'm going to add a couple of things here because I know that this would be useful for all projects. So here in the content section, I'm going to say I want these to be the content. I want /src/ all these JavaScript, TSX, and all those files. And I want /index.html. These are the contents, right? These are the things which will be affected by Tailwind. These are the things which have something to show in the UI, right? It's all the JSX, TSX in src folder and the index.html folder. I want Tailwind injected there. Of course, we're not using TypeScript and TSX, but it's just something that I do anyway, just to set that up. Next, what I'm going to do is go to Vite config.js. You see here there are plugins that are used for Vite. So Vite uses the React plugin in order to get the React functionality. I'm going to say, hey, also use the Tailwind CSS plugin, right? Tailwind CSS. Actually, this needs to be somewhere else. Wait, this needs to be in the CSS config, right? I'm going to say CSS, and I'm going to use post CSS, and then the plugins for post CSS is going to be Tailwind CSS. And then finally, I'm going to go over here to my main CSS file, which is index.css, and now I can import Tailwind. I'm going to say, hey, I have Tailwind initialized and set up. Now I want to import all the things that come with Tailwind. There are 3 classes of styles that come with Tailwind. There is a base, there is a components, and there's the utilities. I'm going to say I want all of them. And the way to do that is by saying at Tailwind, I want the base, at Tailwind components, and at Tailwind utilities. All right, I want all 3 of them to be initialized. And now with this, I'm going to get Tailwind CSS is not defined. I think I'm going to have to import Tailwind CSS in my Vite config. So just like you see here, I get React from this particular thing. I'm going to have to import Tailwind CSS from Tailwind CSS, which is the package that we just installed. All right, if we run it again, now it should have CSS styling. You look at that, it has different styling. How about that? It has different styling, it has a different font. It isn't the generic Times New Roman font anymore. So you get CSS styling, and now we have Tailwind CSS and the icon library from Lucid React ready to go. Now we're going to start by adding the navigation. But before I do that, let me first commit all these changes. Add Tailwind and clear out existing code. So I have pretty much a clean. What have I not saved? What have I not saved? I guess this one wasn't strictly required because it worked without me saving it, but oh well. Commit, and now I'm going to close all, and we're going to open up app.jsx. We're going to start with adding the navigation buttons. I want to have 2 buttons. One is for showing the profile, and the other is for showing the matches or the chat feature afterwards, right? I need to create these 2 buttons. And I'm going to use the Lucid React library for this. So if you were to import the 2, I'm thinking like I can have like a home icon, or perhaps like a user profile icon for the swiping screen, and then a chat icon for the chatting screen, right? So I'm going to import the profile icon and the chat icon from Lucid React. And I think this is called, let's see, profile, user profile, let's see, user. All right, there's user, right? And I'm going to have, is there a chat? Is there message? I should be looking at the documentation. Okay, message circle. These are the 2, all right? What I'm going to do is add those 2. I'm going to say user, and I'm going to have message circle. Okay, these 2 are going to be the icons that will show up in the UI. All right, there we go. So we have the message, we have the user profile, and we have the message, right? These are the 2 icons that I need to show. Now I want them horizontally, and I want them spaced out. And for that, I'm going to use a flexbox. And this is navigation, so I'm going to create a nav option. And class name is going to be flex, because I want it to be a flexbox. And I want it to be justify between, and so that it kind of spreads the contents. And let's see, I'm going to close this.
/nav. All right, where did chat go? Whoa, it's gone all the way over here. So I'm going to have to restrict the size of this thing. So I'm going to put this inside a div. And then class name is going to be, I'm going to say max WMD. I think MD should be good enough. Basically, I'm saying medium size for this is the max width for the container, right? Because without this is basically going all the way. I want to contain it within a div which has medium size, right? And I'm going to say mx-auto. So it kind of sticks in the middle. So it's basically saying margin is auto. All right. And close. And I'm going to close the div after this thing. And let me actually replace the single quotes with double quotes. All right, so this looks good. I have a profile view. This is a navigation bar. We're gonna click on it and have things happen. So somebody clicks on this, it is gonna go to the profile swipe screen. Somebody clicks on this, it's gonna go to the matches that they have so that they can chat with the matches, right? So this is the nav bar for our application. Now it's time to build the profile view component, the profile selector component. It's going to be the component that shows up the profile picture, the name, age, and bio, and then 2 buttons, right? Swipe left or swipe right. So let's go ahead and build that thing. I'm going to have a component. I'm going to kind of build this over here and then maybe refactor it and move it to another file. I'm just going to create a const profile, let's call it selector. Right? This is going to be a React component, so it's going to be a functional component. And let's have div, and I'm just going to say profile selector. And I'm just going to have an h1 here, and then we're going to style this as we go. I'm going to fix this h1. And then over here, under the nav, I'm going to have the profile selector. Okay, this profile selector is going to basically render a div with an h1 for now. I have these two and the profile selector component. Now we're going to actually write code for the profile selector. All right, so we're going to go to app.jsx, and this is the place where we're going to write the code. Now, what do we need in the profile selector? We need the image, which is the profile image. Then we need the name and age, the bio, and then 2 buttons, right? One for swiping left and one for swiping right. I'm going to start with the div, and then class name equals. I quite like the rounded corners feel for this, so I'm going to say rounded dash large in order to make it kind of look a little bit better. And then I'm also going to do overflow hidden. All right, background white is fine, shadow LG is fine. So this is going to be my external container, which is going to contain both the image and the bio as well as the buttons. All right, so inside this I'm going to have a relative div class name equals relative. I'm going to do this as relative because I want the name to be kind of overlaying the image, right? So you see a typical Tinder UI, you have like the photo showing up, and under the photo, on top of the photo, you have the name showing up. And the way I achieve it is by making this div relative, and the name that shows up is going to be absolute at the very bottom. Okay, now what I mean by that is it's going to show this stuff here, and then inside this, I'm going to have an absolute. So basically, think of it like this. I'm going to have an image, which is going to be the photo image. And then inside this, I'm going to have a div class name equals absolute. All right, and this is where I'm going to put the first name and the last name. All right, now, how do I get started with this? All right, now how do I get started with this? I'm going to have an image src equals, we're going to find a dummy image for this, or maybe we can pick one of the images that we've already generated for the profile. So here,
not only do I want an absolute, I want it to be at the very bottom of the image. So I'm going to have a bottom 0. I'm going to have a left 0 and right 0, so that it basically sticks to the very bottom and then it spreads to the entirety of the container. And then I'm going to have like a gradient, right? I'm going to have a background gradient. Let's actually try without the gradient and then see how it goes. Okay, so I'm going to have padding 4. I'm going to have text white. And inside this, I'm going to have the name. Let's call it H2. And then let's say the name is foobar, and then the age is, say, 30. Okay, so I have the image here. I have this stuff here, and it's going to show the name, and then I'm going to have to close a div. Let's see, what am I missing? So this div closes over here, and then this div closes here, and then this div closes here. We have no need for this div. All right, how does this look? Okay, it looks really bad because it's not, there seems to be an error. Let's see what the error is. It's not showing anything. Let's see, maybe because the text is white. Does it even have anything here? The div, and inside this, oh, seems like it's there. Seems like it's there. You see this? This stuff is here, and then there is foobar. So let's get one image and then see how that works. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and let's open a new console tab. All right, I'm going to open a new console tab. Let's actually open it from over here. Static images. This is where I want my terminal. Okay, so I'm going to say open in terminal, and I'm going to run http-server. If you don't know, HTTP server is a node package which starts up an HTTP server at any location you want, and it's going to host the contents of that drive, of that folder, right? So if you click on this, so you see here are a bunch of images. You can click on one of the image and you see the image there, right? I'm going to just pick a random image and take this URL and paste that into our UI. All right, so I'm going to go back to my code, and here is my image. All right, now let's see how this looks. Okay, so I have the image with rounded corners, which is good, but the text is too small. It's there, but it's too small and it's kind of getting lost in the image. So maybe we can do some styling over here. All right, let's see. This is where I'm thinking of adding the transition, right? The gradient. First of all, I'm going to change this H2 to be a little bit larger. Class name is, let's call it text. Let's make the font bold as well. All right, this looks better. Now what I'm going to do is add maybe a little bit of, let's see, it's too much to the side, too much to the edge of the image. So I'm going to try adding a little bit of padding. Let's say, let me put padding for this guy here. Let's say P4, P-4 to add padding over here. Okay, this is better. Now what's left to do is to add that gradient. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and look for gradient. Okay, so we have BG gradient to R to transparent. This is what I want. Gradient to, all right, let's do this. Gradient to R and from blue. Let's try this one. It's going to be gradient from blue, which is not good. So let's say from black. Okay, from black. Okay, and let's say to transparent. It doesn't seem to be working without. And let's say to T. Okay, this is better. This is what I wanted. I remember doing it 2T here. I don't think too transparent is required. Let me get rid of this and see. Yeah, too transparent is not required. Gradient 2T is what I needed. So now I have this nice gradient, and I can use that to kind of show the name and the age while still having the text stand out from the photo, right? Next, we are going to add a bio, right? So this is the div, this is the opening div, closing div, and now I'm going to stick in a bio div there. I'm going to say div class name equals, and again, I'm going to add a p4, so I want some amount of padding. And inside this, perhaps I'm going to stick a paragraph in here. P. Let's say I just picked this text gray, and there's some bio here already generated by Copilot. Okay, this is not what I wanted. I need this outside this div. Move this out here. This closes the relative, so I want this over here. Okay, this is better. All right, now I'm going to have the bio here, and I have this text showing up here. Let's see, let's do MB dash. Okay, there's a little bit of spacing here, which is good. By the way, I just noticed the bio, and it's hilarious. I'm a software engineer with 10 years of experience in the industry. I'm looking for a new job. This is funny. The market has become so bad that people are going to Tinder looking for job opportunities, folks. That's how bad things are. Wow, this is unintentional comedy. I love it. I'm not going to touch this profile until we hook in with real data. This is unintentionally hilarious. I love this. All right, now what's left to do is to add the two buttons, right? We need a swipe right button and a swipe left button. So I'm going to put that over here. Let's say button, and this is going to be the X icon, right? Let's see if there is an X icon over here. There should be, okay, there is an X, and then there should be a heart icon. There is a heart. So we're going to have a heart for swipe right and an X for swipe left, right? X size is 24, sure, why not? And then I have a heart size is 24. Okay, now we have these two. I'm going to put these two. Oh, we didn't want it to be in the same button. Sorry. I'm going to close this button, open another button, and have these two things be two separate buttons. All right, there we go. Now I want these things to be equally spaced, and you know the answer. We're going to have a flexbox for this. So I'm going to create a div that wraps these two. P4 flex justify between, and then close this div. Okay, this looks good. But I also want to make it look a little bit nicer in terms of the coloring, right? We want this to be a different color, this to be a different color. So let's say the heart is green and the X is red. Okay, so I'm going to style the buttons accordingly. I'm going to say class name is, this is going to be, X is going to be red, right? So bg dash red dash 500, let's say. And then this is going to be class name bg dash green dash. Okay, now we're going to make this rounded dash. I'm going to put the same thing here. Okay, and let's add some padding to both. Let's say p dash 4. This is good, and let's make the text white. Okay, there we go. This is not bad. This is not bad. Maybe I can justify center and have some margin here. So let me just go over here, justify center, and let's say space x4 to add a little bit of space between them. Okay, this is not bad. One thing that I want to do is add a hover effect here. So let me add a hover effect for both the X and the heart. So right now it's 500. Let's make it 600 on hover. So I'm going to say hover colon bg dash red dash 600 or maybe 700. We'll try. And this one's going to be hover. When somebody hovers over this, there's going to be bg dash green dash 700. So it starts out being 500, and when you hover over it, each of these colors become 700. All right, not bad, not bad. So if you like a profile, you click this one. If you don't like a profile, you click this one. Okay, and I'm going to also add an on-click event here. We want to have an on-click event on the button, right? So I'm going to say on-click equals, we're going to have just one function which basically just prints, say console.log of, let's say this one was swipe left, and then when you click this one, we're going to have console.log of this was swiped right. Okay, switch to the console. This one's swipe right, and this one's swipe left. Okay, we're going to hook it to actually make a call to the API later, of course, but now we have some kind of a profile view, profile selector view that we can use and enhance as we go. So I'm going to comment this and say profile selector component. This is a snapshot for where we want to be before we move on to the next component, right? So we have this profile selector component here, and now we will add the matches component. So once you have a bunch of profiles matched, you're going to see a list of all the matches, right? We want to show a list of matches there, and that's what we're going to build next. We have the profile view component in place. We don't have the swiping functionality yet, but at least we have the view. I'm going to move on to the matches selector view next. Basically, the idea is when you click on this chat icon, you want to have a list of all the profiles that you've matched with, right? All the profiles where you have swiped right and the other person has also swiped right. In our case, this is AI, so everybody swipes right on you, ideal world. So you're going to have all of the profiles who you have clicked this heart or swiped right on. Now, this is going to be a list of all profiles. So I want to have like a matches list component, right? So I'm going to do this here, const matches list component is going to be similar to what we do over here. So we're basically going to have this box and have it show inside this div under the nav. You see here we have the user and the message circle. These two components correspond to these two things. Below this, you have this card, the profile selector, but this is going to conditionally show either the profile selector or the matches list, depending on which of these two you click on, right? So we're going to have to maintain that state as well. But right now, I'm basically going to get rid of this profile selector component, and we're going to add the matches list. All right. And where's the syntax error? Well, I'm going to just put a div here and add an h2 that says matches so that it doesn't throw an error. All right. So this should be good for now. We're going to actually write the code for this. So here, what we need is basically loop through a list of matches, right? We want to save a list of matches somewhere. Every time the user swipes right, we want to store that profile ID in a list on the front end, right? And we're going to do this in the back end as well, but we're going to start with the front end. What we do is we get a list of all the profiles that the user has matched with. And then every time the user matches with someone, we're going to basically make a post request, start a new conversation. And what we're going to do is when the matches component is loaded, we're going to fetch all the conversations that have started. Even if it's an empty conversation, it's fine. It's matched. We have a conversation entry. We're going to save that and we're going to keep track of it. And here, we're basically going to loop through all of those matches and print the little bit of the photo and the name, and then clicking on it gets them to the chat itself. All right. So imagine we have, let's say, an array like this. All right. So we have a list of, let's say ID, let's call it ID1. And then first name is Fu. And then last name is Bar. Age is whatever. We don't need the age, right?
we're gonna need the image URL. So let's call it photo, or we can call it image URL. And the image URL is gonna be one of those images. I'm basically gonna just pick one at random. This is the image URL. I'm gonna get this here. Again, I'm just hard coding this for now. We are going to change this to have it be dynamic later. I just want to have something there that I can show. So I'm gonna copy this and paste this here. And then one more. Well, we're gonna need the curly brace here. So this is one, and then we're gonna have the second image URL, which is again gonna be some random choice. I'm gonna copy and paste this here. Is this completing? Curly brace expected. Why? Oh, because for the outer one. Okay, so we're gonna put this inside a curly brace because we want this whole thing to be inside a curly, because this is inside JSX, right? So here I want to map each one of these. Let's say this is a match. I want to map each one of these to a div which contains that information, right? So each match is going to render a div, and I'm going to make it a list, like an unordered list. This needs to be a UL, and I'm going to close the UL here. All right, that's to be outside this curly. Okay, so inside this, I'm going to have each item be an li, right? So I'm going to say li. I'm going to have the key be match.id because React expects there to be a key. If you don't have a key, it gets confused about what is being rendered. So it's good to have that key. And in this thing, I'm basically just going to have the name and really nothing. Well, maybe I can have the image as well as the name. So I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to have the image URL showing up rounded. And then inside this, I have div first name and last name. I don't need this. And close this div. I don't need this. And then I close li. Okay, this closes this. All right. Now let's see if it does anything here. So it seems to have the image and the name. Doesn't seem to have. Oh, I have the path wrong. Okay, so 8081 / and then the file name. Okay, so we've got the image and then the name, which is fine. Now we just need to tweak this and make it look a little bit better. Okay, so I'm gonna start with, let's style the outside div so that it looks more like a box. Okay, I'm gonna say div class name equals. I'm gonna make this rounded again. Rounded dash large. Shadow dash large. I like the rounded shadow effect that I get, and then I like doing the P4 so that it looks like it's padded, and also it gets this nice effect over here. The matches part, I'm just going to make it a little bit bigger. Class name equals, let's say, text Excel. A little bit bigger, 2XL. Yeah. And make it bold, okay, and let's give it a little bit of space, MB-4, okay, I like that. And in my UL, I want each one of these to be a single line. So this one, instead of a div, I'm just going to make this span so that it remains on the same line, and I'm going to make this be a button because I want this to be clickable, right? Because we want people to be able to click on this thing and go to chat with that person, right? So this needs to be clickable. I'm going to put this inside a button, and I'm going to make the button be flex so that these things go one next to the other. All right, and now make it a little bit nicer. Item center, and let's make this rounded as well. Make this full width. And let's add some kind of a hover functionality, right? So I'm going to say hover colon BG. This is white, so I'm going to make it gray so that when I hover over it, I get that nice hover effect. All right, and it's because it's a button, I also get the hand cursor, which is cool. Next, I'm going to make the image be a little bit bigger, right? So I have image URL width 16, height 6. No, that seems to be fine. That seems to be fine. I'm going to basically make it a little bit spaced, and then object cover. Now I need to make this spaced out a little bit. So here, which one, each li element, right? So I'm going to take these li element, class name. I'm going to make this MB2. All right, so this is spaced out a little bit, like this. Let's make this H3 look a little bit more prominent. Text XL, font bold. Okay, there you go. This, I don't know about text XL. Let's just do font bold. Okay, this is good. Now I have the two matches over here, and it is going to, as I add more stuff, as I add more matches, it's going to basically just show up over here. Maybe one other thing that I can do is, I don't know, I'm thinking if I should add like the bio or the age over here. Seems not so necessary. Let's expand this and see how it looks. It's seems okay. Seems okay. Perhaps a little bit small, but I don't know. Seems okay to me. If we feel like it's a little too small, then we can adjust. But basically, this is the matches component, which is going to list all of the matches we've had so far, and then clicking on it lets the user chat with this person. All right, so I'm going to bring back the profile selector here so that we have the original component, but then we need something which can switch between these two depending on what the user clicks over here. So we're going to work on that next. I'm going to commit this and say add matches list component. Next, we need to be able to switch between these two depending on what is clicked. So right now, when you click on this thing, nothing happens, right? We're going to wire in an on-click functionality over here. Okay, so just like you have this, you see this? There is on-click functionality for left and right. We're going to need on-click functionality for the profile and the chat. All right, so we're going to go to the nav section, which is, I'm going to collapse this as well. Matches is collapsed. Here is nav, all right? Here is user. When user is clicked, we need, let's say, profile, and when the message circle is clicked, we need the matches. Okay, and we actually get rid of this stuff. It messed up my syntax. All right, slash and get rid of this. All right, so we're gonna have an on-click functionality so that when somebody clicks on this stuff, you get that functionality executing. You see here, it's printing in the console. But what we want to do, we want to have the click effect, which one of these shows up, all right? So in order to do this, we need to maintain state. State is maintained in React using the use state functionality. So here, we are going to first import use state from React. I'm going to say import React and then use state from React. And use state allows you to define that you want to keep track of some state, okay? I want something to be tracked and maintained, okay? So I want to track something called current screen, okay? So I'm going to say const current screen. Now, when you're defining state in React, you not only define the property that holds the state, you also define what is the method that updates the state. That's just how things work in React. You define them both, and then you use the thing which updates the state. Whenever you want to change the state, you don't just update this variable directly. You call the set current screen, which updates
current screen. Okay, so this is the only method which is supposed to operate on the state to change it, and you can use the variable for reading purposes. And I use the setUseState method to get these two, and I can specify what is the default value of the current screen. The default value of current screen is profile, right? I'm going to have it be either profile or matches. So once I have this, I can say, well, I want to check what the current screen is. And based on that, I show either profile selector or matches selector, right? So I'm going to have a switch current screen. And depending on the value, let's say the value is profile, in which case I'm going to return profile selector, all right? And if the case is matches, I'm going to return the matches list. So I have a switch here, and now I don't need this anymore. Now I'm going to basically take this out into a function. I'm going to take this thing out, and I'm going to call this, let's call this render screen. So let's get this over here. I'm going to call this const render screen equals this functionality, which is this one. It's going to basically switch between, profile or matches, and it's going to do the right thing. Now here, I can just invoke render screen without having to do that inside here itself. And I'm going to add this other stuff here. We're going to have a chat screen as well, and we're going to add that when that shows up. We don't have that yet. Now, if I update this, you see here, it's showing up the profile. And if I change the default value to matches, it will show the matches screen. But that's not what we want. We want it to be able to dynamically update based on what we've clicked here. Well, that's simple. Now, right now we are doing onClick is just printing to console. I just need to make it, guess what? Set current screen to this thing. I'm going to say, instead of printing to console, set current screen to profile. Here, instead of printing to console, set current screen to matches. And now I have the right thing show up depending on the value. Save this. And now I click, and you see here, this thing is now flipping based on what screen I choose, which is exactly what we want. So we have that going. Now I'm going to commit this as switch between profile and matches screens. Now it's time to create the chat screen. So we have the profile selector, which shows a bunch of profiles. You can swipe left or right. We have the matches list, which shows all the profiles that you have matched with. Now, when you click on one such profile that you have matched with, you're going to see a chat window where you can chat with that particular person. We want to show the chat view, which is a list of messages. We're going to build that next. All right. I'm going to have a const. What do we call this? Let's call this chat screen. Okay. Screen equals, and we're going to have, again, let me make this curly because I'm sure there are a bunch of things we need to do over here. We can't literally just return the component. So what we're going to do is basically get a list of messages, right? We're going to hardcode a couple of messages. Hi, how are you? And then we're going to render those messages in a view and make sure that that looks good. And of course, soon we're going to replace this with an API call where we're going to make a call to the conversation APIs that we already have, and we're going to get a response, and we're going to show that and kind of have this whole conversation going. But this is going to be the view that's going to hold that conversation. So again, I'm going to hard code the messages over here. All right. So I'm going to have a couple of messages and say, hi. And then say, how are you? And then I'm going to map each of these to kind of like a div which shows the message, right? I'm going to say div key equals index. And then inside this, I'm going to show the message itself, right? I'm going to have another div here,
which is going to contain the message. And we need the key, we need the index here because again, when you're looping in React, you need to have a key to tell React what to do with all the duplicate copies. It makes sense to have that. So, okay, we're gonna have this, and then we need an input box as well, of course, but let's get there next. I'm going to basically just return this. I'm gonna put parentheses here, the curly goes back, and I'm gonna close the parentheses, and this is what's gonna be returned, right? Let's fix the indentation here a bit. This one goes here. All right, I think I have an error. So you have square brackets, map this to this. Okay, so there needs to be a parenthesis here to close this parenthesis, and then this one closes. We don't need a curly here. This parenthesis closes this one, and then we end the curly for this one, and then the parentheses and the curly. This is the reality of JavaScript coding. Lots of parentheses and curlies. Okay, I think I have closed the square bracket for the array. Why is this complaining? Gonna need one parent container for this. Let's put a div here and close this div here at the end. Maybe it needs just a parent container. All right, yeah, that was it. Format document. Okay, so I have the chat screen, which is basically just showing messages in a bunch of divs. All right, I'm going to add this over here as well. I'm going to say case of chat. We need to return the chat screen. And we're going to make chat as the default so that we can see the chat, at least during development time. Okay, so we have these divs showing up. I'm going to have a chat with title, so we know who we are talking to, right? I'm going to say div. Let's put an h2 here, and then chat with. Let's give it the profile name, whatever is the user's name, the profile's name, it's going to show up over here. Class name equals, let's see, text XL. Text to XL, and then font bold, the usual stuff. Once you do this a couple of times, it kind of comes second nature. All right, so we have this, and of course the margin, MB-4. So you have the heading. All right, next, I'm going to have the container for the messages be over here. So wait, I'm gonna add this stuff, what I did over here, right? The rounded large, shadow large, and padding. I like this container that shows up at the top over here, and I'm going to say class name equals this. Okay, so it looks kind of consistent with everything else that we have going on. All right, so I have the title, which is chat with who you're chatting with, and then I'm going to put this inside a div. All the chat messages are going to be inside a div. Class name equals let's see, I'm going to have a border. I'm going to make this rounded. And let's close this here. Okay. So all the chat messages go over here. And as the messages increase, it's going to overflow. So I want this particular contents of this div to be overflow. So I'm going to make overflow y auto, so that as more and more messages come about, that can be scrawled. And of course, I'm going to say MB4 and then P4. These are standard. No, make it P2. Okay, so these are standard margin and padding controls that I have. And for each one of these, I'm going to make each message be with the same parameters, right? I want it to be a little bit spaced out, right? This is each individual message, right? Each individual message here needs to be MB4 and then P4, or I think we can do P2. Yeah, let's do P2, all right? And rounded, and then I'm going to put a border. Or maybe you'll have a background, right? Background, let's make it gray 50. No, gray 100. All right, this is good. Let's see. Have this, each individual message shows up here, and as we add more messages, it's just going to show up over here. We need to restrict the height of this thing. So I'm going to say, because it just keeps going now and it's not going to leverage the overflow. Let's say this particular div, right? This one needs to have restricted height. So I'm going to make it half of the view, right? I'm going to say h-50 view height, right? So it doesn't go all the way. It basically just does half of the view. There you go. See, now it's half of the viewport. As the viewport increases, this increases too, but it's always going to be half of it. And then any extra messages overflows because we have overflow by auto specified. So you can basically scroll through this. This one's going to be conditional because you see here, this one's background gray is going to be maybe the profile's message. The user's message can be a different color. So this, we're going to make this conditional later, but right now this is fine. Okay, then we have this stuff here. Now we need to, let me expand this. Not bad, not bad. This should be good for our chat, for our purposes. This is good enough. Now we need to add an input box, okay? So we need an input and we need a button to send the value. So I'm going to put a flex box here where I'm going to put both the input and the button. Where does this go? This div closes this box container. So this has to come after this div. I'm going to say div, class name is flex. And then inside this, I'm going to have, well, Copilot is smart enough to detect that we need an input and a button. Doesn't seem to, well, it has the input, but it doesn't look too good. So I'm going to add some styling to this thing, all right? So I'm going to say, let's put a border, and it's already rounded, so that's good. So we have rounded, and we have the button, which is blue, and it has the send, which is perfect. This is exactly what we need. Now, I'm going to put a placeholder in the input, right? Let's expand this a little bit more, because this is going to contain a lot more stuff, right? So let's say placeholder is, sure, type a message, and value is going to be input. So now I need to track the value that is being typed over here, right? So I need to be able to say value equals, and then specify the input. Now for me to do this, input needs to be a state on this component, all right? For that, I need to be able to use state. So I'm going to put that here, right? I'm going to say input and set input as use state with this being empty, okay? So now when I type something, it is going to go as input, but nothing is going to show up because I'm not setting that value there, right? So what I need to do is when the input changes, I need to set input of this this input component, right? So I'm going to say, you're going to get the input from here, and when the input text box changes, I'm going to set input, which is the setter for this use state, okay? So now, as I type this, it is going to set that value. And now when I click send, nothing happens because I don't have anything hooked to this send button, right? So let's say I make a simple onClick as console.log, and now whenever I send something, it is going to basically print that value there, right? You see this? It's printing that value, okay? Which is fine. We're gonna add this to this message list, and we're gonna have this be the thing that actually makes that API call and sends that out to the conversation. But that's coming later. Now, what I'm going to do in addition to this is rather than just print to the console, I'm going to create my own send input method, right? So let's say I have, because what ends up happening when you are typing a message and you click send, you want this to clear out, right? You want it to take some action with the text that you've entered, and then you want this to be cleared out. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to say, let's say const handle send is going to be my function, which does just that. It is going to clear out that text. Right now, I'm just going to print to the console, and then I'm going to set input as empty string so that this input gets cleared out, right? When I do set input as empty string, it is going to basically clear out input. And since input is wired into this text box, it is going to clear out this text box. All right. Now, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to trim this input, right? Because, well, what if somebody's entered space? I don't want to consider that. So I'm going to check if input trim, then I'm going to do this stuff. Okay. Otherwise, I'm not going to do anything. Okay. If they're just entering space, I'm just not going to do anything. So type space. Well, I need to wire this in. I'm sorry. So right now it's just doing console.log. I need, it's console.log here. I'm going to change this to handle send of. We can just basically just send this thing, right? Instead of wrapping it inside another function, right? It's going to do handle send of whatever is this that you pass in. So empty space, nothing happens. But then once you enter some text, that text gets sent. All right, I'm going to commit this and say add chat component. But of course, I don't want to make this be the default component. So I'm going to set this back to profile, right? I don't want chat to be the default. Go to this file and then set this back to profile. And then I'm going to commit this chat screen component. Now, having switched this back to profile, you can see that there is no way for me to get to the chat component directly, right? I have the profile view and I have the matches view. What I want to do is to be able to click on a match and go to the chat component. We don't have that right now. We want to be able to have the matches list, have that functionality, all right? I'm going to collapse the chat screen here. Here's the matches list. And when you click on one of these buttons, you see here, this is when you click on one of these buttons, we want some functionality to happen, right? The functionality is it has to go switch to the chat screen. Right now it's doing nothing, okay? So I can add an on click here, which is not a big deal, right? So let's say I put this back over here and I'm going to add a on click equals and console.log of chat, which is fine. This has to be curly brace. Okay, we can even have it be the match that is being clicked on. Okay, so depending on the match that's being clicked on, I'm going to print something to the console. I'm going to print that match object to the console. So here you see I get the first match. Here I click on this, I get the second match, right? It's printing that to the console. But in addition to knowing what the match is that you're going to be talking to, I also wanted to switch to chat. Now the switching part is in the app, right? Set current screen is in the app. We want this component to be able to say set current screen of chat, but it doesn't have it, right? We're going to have to send this function to that component. So one way to do that is to add an additional argument to that component and say, hey, when somebody clicks on this, go do this, right? So I'm going to have another parameter over here, right? So we need to say when somebody clicks on this thing, go do something else, right? We need an additional argument to this matches list, which takes in what needs to happen when something is selected, right? So I'm going to have this be a curly brace here, which takes in an argument, an object, which a bunch of parameters. I'm going to say on select match. Like when you click on a match, when you select one of the matches, what needs to happen? And we are going to pass that thing here. So in matches, I'm going to pass on select match equals, what is this? We're going to do set current screen of chat, right? We're going to say, hey, when somebody clicks on this, execute this function, which is going to be set current screen of chat. Okay, do that, when somebody clicks on it. You're passing that function in to the matches list. And in the matches list, you get that function and you're going to execute that function over here instead of just printing to console. I'm going to say, go do that thing. So when you click on it now, wait, where did it go? I don't see chat. What happened? Oh, because I have a typo here. Save, go back to the matches screen, click on it, and now we have the chat screen, right? So instead of having the component directly switch to the chat view, the component is basically like, just pass me the function that I need to execute when somebody clicks on it, and I'm going to execute that function, right? So that's what this component is doing, right? The matches component is doing. And now when I'm creating this component, I'm saying, hey, when somebody clicks on a match, just set the current screen to chat. And that's what happens when I click on it, I get chat. Of course, there is the same chat component. There's no message that's specific to the profile that's being clicked. We have hard coded everything, but at least we have the UI being rendered. So now we have a path to go to all the three views. You can click on profile, get the profile. You can click on this thing to see all the matches, and you can click on one match to get to the chat. Now we pretty much have the UI in place, kind of. We're gonna have to tweak the UI a little bit, of course, but kind of like the framework is there. Now we're going to start wiring in the APIs, and this is where we're going to actually inject life into our React application. I'm going to commit this and say add switch to chat from matches component, right? So we have that in place, and now we're going to actually start hooking in the API. And we're going to start with the profile, right? We're going to have the profile load a random profile from our profile endpoint, right? We have an endpoint on Spring Boot which returns a random profile every time. We're going to leverage that by having this load, make a call to that thing and load a random profile every time this component loads. We're going to do that next.
Now let's start bringing in the actual APIs instead of the hard-coded stuff we have here, starting from the profile selector. We have the profile, I'm going to collapse this one here. The profile selector has a hard-coded profile. And as much as we like this profile description of looking for a new job on Tinder, I think it's time to let this profile go and start wiring in the actual profile from our APIs. Well, actual as in actual AI generated profiles. All right, now what are the things that I need to do to wire this in? Well, we know that we need to make an API call to the random endpoint to get the profile. Now we need to maintain state in order to hold on to that thing first. All right, so I'm going to do that in the app component. Just like we have state to maintain what the current screen is, I want to have a state that maintains what the current profile is, right? So I'm going to say current profile and set current profile as the things that that track this state. And I'm going to set the default profile to be null because we don't have anything, right? By default, it is null. Now, when we load the app component, we want to make a call to the endpoint and get that profile from the random endpoint and use the set current profile to set that profile into the current profile variable. And then in my profile component, get that variable and use that to render the profile. I'm going to create a separate method over here which makes the API call. It's kind of like a utility method that I'm going to create at the top. And this is what the right hooks in my component are going to call. But the API call itself is going to be separate and it is pretty much independent of React. So I'm going to create a function called const fetch random profile. This is going to be an async method which makes a call to our profile / random endpoint. I'm going to say const profile equals, I'm going to await a fetch of, what's our endpoint? Localhost :8080 / profiles / random. And then I'm going to put this inside a try catch block. And then here I'm of course going to check, let's call this response. what we're going to get back is a response, not the profile. We get the profile by doing response.json. So I'm going to say if not response.okay, I'm going to throw new error. I don't need the catch here. I'm going to throw error saying unable to fetch the profile. And then I'm going to return response.json. One thing we could do is have like a fallback profile. So if something fails, at least we have some profile to show. But I'm not going to do too much of error handling here. It seems like overkill for what we're doing. It's going to make a call to localhost 8080/random, and it is going to return the profile. So I have a utility method here called fetch random profile. I need to add a hook to my app component to do just that, to fetch that thing. So I'm going to start by importing useEffect, which is a way in which you can hook methods that have a side effect. In this case, making a REST API call is a perfect side effect that the useEffect functionality is used for. You say, go do this thing while the application is loading, while the component is loading. Now in my app, I can hook in the useEffect. So I'm going to say useEffect, and I can pass in a function, and whatever function I pass in is going to get executed. Okay, and I'm going to have a default value. It's like, okay, this is what it needs to show when nothing is there. I'm going to make it an empty object. Here, I'm going to call, fetch random profile. Actually, let me create a separate method over here, which basically calls the fetch random profile and sets the profile on to current profile. I'm going to have a method inside the app. I'm going to say const load random profile is going to basically get the random profile using the method that we just called, and then it is going to set it on the state. It's going to set it on the profile, and then if there is an error, it's just going to log it. And again, not doing too much of error handling. Now that I have this, I can basically call the load random profile over here, right, in the useEffect. I'm basically saying when this component is loaded, go do this thing. What is this thing? This thing is a method which makes a REST API call, gets the profile, gets a random profile, and sets it on the current profile. Now, if you load the page, you will not see any difference, because even though we are loading the profile, we are probably going to see the API call being made. We have a cars issue, which we have to fix, of course. We see the call being made, but even if it's succeeding, you will not see any difference here because we're not doing anything with the profile. Let's go fix the cars issue. So what's happening here is we have an API call being made, but the API call is to a different server, right? We have hosted this app on 5173, localhost 5173, but the API call being made is to localhost 8080. It's a different server. Even though it's localhost, the port is different, it's different, and it requires cars headers. In the interest of development experience, I'm going to basically skip the cars check by annotating my API endpoints with the cars bypass. All right, so I'm going to go here to the profile controller, which is where I'm getting the random profile, and I'm going to say at cars cross origin, and I'm going to say origins equals star, which basically means I basically want any request to be accepted without any cars check. Okay, so this helps the cars thing to be bypassed. This is something that you normally tend to do when you're developing locally. You don't want to do this in production, but this is kind of a non-prod project. That was one of the assumptions we made. We are not going to spend time productionizing this thing, so this should be fine. We can basically stick this thing on every controller method, right? So I'm going to go over here and stick this on top of this. So it basically says this one can be cross-origin allowed as well. I'm going to go here and these ones too. I can selectively remove whatever I don't want to be cross-origin allowed. I'm basically going to do this at a method level right now, and this should basically fix all of the cars issues for all of the APIs that we're going to encounter in this project. Now, once that's restarted, I'm going to retry this request. And now you see this thing is going through fine, right? It's making a GET request and you see it's getting a response back, which is the profile, right? It's getting this. Now it is setting this value on the state, right? It's setting this value on the current profile state, but we're not doing anything with that state. We need to send it to the profile selector and say, hey, here is the profile that I want you to render, right? So I'm going to call this profile equals, we're sending it a parameter to the component, and I'm going to send the current profile. And of course, in the profile selector, I'm going to accept this profile and use that profile value instead of all the other things that I'm doing over here, right? So for example, here I'm going to say profile dot first name and then space profile dot last name, and then age will be profile dot age. All right, now you see it's getting the name, first name, last name, and age from the profile. So every time I reload this, I should get a new profile call. It seems like it's not just working at all. All right, profile is null. Okay, this is happening because now we are assuming that the profile exists, but we are passing it a little bit later. We're not passing it at the very beginning, all right? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make this be conditional, all right? If profile exists, then I'm going to do this stuff. Get rid of this. I'm gonna cut this thing here. If the profile exists, I want all of the things that we've written over here to be rendered. This div needs to be rendered. If not, I want the loading div to be rendered, right? Because I want to make sure that this gets rendered only when the profile is initialized. And now it is going to wait for this thing to be loaded. Now you see this is working fine because the profile call happens, and in the meantime, the loading view is what shows. It's happening too fast, so you can't see the loading screen. But once the profile is loaded, then we see this div, so it's not going to give a, profile is null error. All right, now what's next? We're gonna have to get the images, right? So the images are gonna be, well, let's take this one out and then stick in the image that we get from the profile object dot image URL. All right. There seems to be a syntax error here. Okay, there we go. So now it's getting the image from the request. The image URL is coming from the profile. It's the random profile that was just created. So we're getting the name, the age, and the image URL from the profile. Now, the last thing is the bio. That should be very simple as well. I'm basically going to go replace this with profile.bio. And now we pretty much have everything wired in. Every time I make a refresh, it is going to get the random profile and render it over here with all of these values. Now we need to hook in the like and dislike, the swipe right and the swipe left, right? Every time we do a swipe left, let's start with that. Every time we do a swipe left, we want a new call to be made to the random endpoint, and then we need to get a new profile. Every time we do a swipe right, we still want a new call to be made to the random endpoint and a new profile generated, but we need to keep track of the profile ID and perhaps create a new conversation. And that's where the matches API is going to come, right? Every time we swipe right, we're going to make a call to the matches API, make a post request, and say, here is a new match so that there is an associated conversation ID with it. All right, now I'm going to add that wiring into the stuff here. So you see here, this is the swipe left, and here is the swipe right. So now instead of printing to console, I'm going to do a on swipe method. Okay, I'm going to do an on swipe. Now, what is this on swipe supposed to do? On swipe is supposed to update the profile. All right, how is it going to update the profile? Well, it's going to update the profile by basically making a call to this thing. So on swipe, the thing that on swipe needs to do is known by the app. It's not known by the profile selector. Okay, the app knows what to do when onSwipe happens because it already does what it should do when the onSwipe happens, which is load a random profile, right? Now, in order to make the profile selector do that thing, we need to pass it in. We need to tell it, hey, when the swipe happens, go do this thing, all right? So I'm going to make that happen by accepting another argument to this thing, which is the onSwipe. And I'm basically going to call that. I'm going to say onSwipe, well, left was called, onSwipe, right was called. So whatever you pass into the profile selector is what happens when the left and right swipes happen. Now, which means that I need to pass that function in over here. Where am I calling the profile? It's over here, right? So here I need to say onSwipe equals and then pass in that function. What is that function? I'm going to call it onSwipe and I'm going to create that function here. I'm going to say const onSwipe. It's going to accept a direction flag. Which are we doing, left or right? Okay. If we are doing left, if direction is equal to right, then we're going to have to save it somewhere. We're going to get to that next. This is where the call to the match has to happen. But no matter what, we're going to have to do load random profile, right? Because no matter whether it's swipe left or right, it has to load a next random profile. If it's swiped right, then we're going to save it somewhere. But no matter what, we have to load another random profile nonetheless. But this is going to be fine because load random profile is going to set it to the profile, set it to the state. So it's going to automatically display. All right, so let's try this. So here I have a new profile generated. I swipe left, I get a new profile. Swipe left, I get a new profile. Now I swipe right, I am going to get a new profile, but it should have logged to the console. See here, it's logged liked. I'm going to swipe right, I get liked one more time. Okay, so it is doing what I expect it to do, and now we have the rendering of the profile logic, and we are able to swipe left and right as well. So I'm going to commit this checkpoint into the repository, and we're going to move on to making a match, right? When somebody swipes right, we not only just print to the console, we actually have to make an API endpoint call to save this match. Okay, I'm going to go to the match controller here, right? This one. We have to make a post request to this endpoint, right? We're going to do that next. Now we have the profile API. The next step is to hook in the matches endpoint API. So when there is a swipe right that happens, we need to register a match. So here is where we should be doing that. And what I'm going to do here is create another utility method for saving a match, right? So I'm going to say const. Again, remember the pattern is we're going to create a method which just does the HTTP part, right? We are encapsulating that in an HTTP, and this is completely non-React. And in the app component, you're going to have a React hook for it. So this is basically calling that HTTP method and then saving it to the use state. And then in the app component as well, it's going to take that React method and send that to the component, right? We're going to do something similar here, right? Starting with the HTTP only method. I'm going to say save match or save swipe, sure. We have the profile ID, or in fact, I can save the profile. Let's see, what are we persisting in a match? Create a new match. What do we have? We have a create match request which just takes the profile ID. So that's all I need. A profile ID is all I need. So it's going to accept a profile ID and it's going to make a request to the match. I think Copilot is pretty spot on here except for the API URL itself, which I'm going to send and update. So what I have here is /matches. Okay, so I'm going to make a post request to this content type application JSON, and the body is just the profile ID. And if the response is not okay, then we throw an error. But otherwise, I think this should be good. We are going to not care so much about the response here, which returns the conversation, because when we load the matches page, right? When we load this matches list, we are going to make a GET request to this anyway. So we are not going to be dependent on the state that we are saving on React. So it really doesn't matter if we just basically ignore the response. I'm just going to make sure that this post happens and it's sending it. But apart from that, we're good. We're good. Okay, so now go over here, save swipe. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the app. And I don't want it to happen on load, just like the random profile did, because we want to load the random profile on component load, which is why I wired in directly to use effect. But in this case, we want it to happen only when somebody swipes right. So here I need to make a call, which means that I need to send the profile ID here as well. Okay, so on swipe, I need to send the profile ID. So I'm going to do this on swipe off. No, not this. Basically send this as is. Over here, I need to pass in both the profile ID, profile.id, as well as the direction, all right? Profile.id as well as the direction, because this is the one which is actually making the call, right? Not the app component. The app component is basically passing the function. All right, now let's get back to the function. So here, on swipe, you're basically going to do save swipe off, right? You have the profile ID and the direction. We're going to get both back. We're going to do save swipe off profile ID. All right, we're going to save that, and save swipe is basically making this REST API call. So again, to recap, save swipe is a simple JavaScript function which makes a post request to matches, which is what registers a match. In the app component, I'm defining the onSwipe method to be, well, if somebody swipes right, you save that swipe. No matter what, you load another random profile. Now, this is the function that I'm going to pass to the profile selector. The profile selector is going to be like, okay, here are two buttons. If somebody swipes left, I'm going to swipe left on this profile ID. If it's left, you really don't need the profile ID, but that's not how functions work. You need to pass all the arguments all the time. And if somebody swipes right, I pass in the profile ID again, but this time it gets registered. I have no idea if this works, right? Let's find out. I'm going to go back here, and in my Tinder backend application here, I'm basically going to delete all the matches, all right? Because I think I have a bunch of them already, and they're going to mess with what we show, right? So if I do a get of matches, there should be a bunch of them. Wait, we have 2, which is not bad. Okay, so I have 2. When I do a new match, it should basically show up over here. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Okay, so it's not too bad that we get lost in the details. All right, so refresh, and left. So this is, it's not making a call. Okay, and now here I'm going to do a match, in which case it should make a call. Let's see if it has made a match. Okay, it has made a match. It has made a request to matches. And if I go back to IntelliJ and do a GET request, you don't need to send this. Do a GET request, there should be that additional match. All right, here we go. We've got an additional match, and we have a conversation ID. So we are able to now successfully create matches. I'm going to do a couple more, and then we are able to make those matches. You see this here? We're getting new matches with the right conversation IDs. All right, so now we have wired in the match part of it as well. I'm going to make yet another checkpoint here where we are hooked in matches API. Now we need to be able to go here and load those matches, right? Whatever we have matched, we should be able to show them over here, right? That requires us to basically make a call to this endpoint, the GET request to this endpoint, get all the matches, show the profiles along with the conversation ID that we're going to save internally in the React memory for when somebody wants to chat with that match. Let's do that next. Now it's time to do the view match API. You know the drill now. We're going to have multiple components. The first component is a simple method which just does the HTTP part of it so that we can delegate it to that, right? So I'm going to say fetch matches, all right? And this is not going to take in any response. I'm going to basically make a GET request to matches, and then I'm going to return whatever it returns, right? Simple HTTP request. But then I'm going to have to go to the app component and have a way to save the matches, right? If you go over here, I have all the matches here, which are coming from a hard-coded list. Go to this one. You see this? This is coming from a hard-coded list. This should instead be coming from perhaps a matches variable argument that is passed into the matches list, which means that the app component needs to pass the list of matches into that component, the matches list, right? So I'm going to have to say matches equals matches, which means that I'm going to have to track matches, which means that I'm going to have to maintain state, right? It gets so simple and so repetitive at this point, right? You basically are saving the state. I'm having matches, and then I'm having set matches, which is going to be the thing that actually saves the matches. And it's going to be an array, which is going to be an empty array to begin with, okay? I'm passing in an empty array, and nothing is happening to this, right? If I were to just render this, let's say replace this with matches. Instead of this array, I'm going to say matches.map and do all this thing. You basically have the matches cleared out because there's nothing that's populating these matches. What I need to do is, again, effect, right? Use the effect and populate the current matches when this component loads. I'm going to do that by going over here. I go here where I'm loading the random profile. I'm also going to load the matches, right? So I'm going to have a React specific method over here, load matches, which does something very similar to this, but instead of fetch random profile, I'm going to say fetch matches. Isn't that what I've called fetch matches, right? Now I'm loading all the matches here, and I'm going to use effect to load matches. And now, just with this, when the application component loads, it is going to call this. In addition to loading the random profile, it's going to call this, and it is going to load the matches and save it to, not to current profile. This has to change. All the matches are coming from fetch matches, and then set matches to the matches that we have pulled up. Okay, fetch all the matches, set it to the state. And just with this, we should be good. Now the matches list is going to load with matches being an input argument, and we are looping through matches and rendering the stuff. So it should work. Let's see. I'm going to try and, okay, I get an error. Import and export cannot be used outside the module code. Okay, I think I'm not doing a sum curly. I'm not closing sum curly. Let's see. This one closes over here. Is it the first method? This one, fetch matches, closes here, right? Okay, somewhere over here. All right. Load matches, this one. Okay, I'm not closing this here. All right. So this is this is nothing because I know why. Because we are picking up match.id, but that's not what it should pick up. It should pick up match.profile.id. Remember, what returns in the match is the ID, the profile object, and the conversation ID. Okay, so we need the ID from the profile, the first name from the profile. So I need to do match.profile.id. So I'm going to replace all this match dot with match.profile. And now, hopefully, it should show, well, yeah, it seems to be showing the image is broken. So let's try and fix that. Okay, what am I getting the image from? The image match.profile.image URL. Well, this will not do. I need to do localhost /. Remember, I had this prefix for the image. I'm going to have to put that prefix. Right now, it's just literally showing the JPEG, which doesn't work. I think I have it in the profile selector. Okay, it's over here. This is what I need, right? SRC is going to be this plus the URL. SRC is going to be this plus the match URL. All right. Now, okay, there we go. It's getting the individual, the profiles and the pictures as well. Let's do one more, okay? Patent read. I'm going to do a match, and we should find patent read over here. We don't. Can you guess why? Well, here's the reason. When the app component loads, when are we making a call to load matches? We're loading matches when the app component loads. So guess what? I can refresh this page and load, and patent read shows up over here. But when I make a match here, when I click on this like, I go back here, I do not see that profile. The reason is when a swipe happens, when a match happens, I'm not refetching this list. I need to go back and refetch it. So I'm going to do that by going over here. After save swipe happens, I'm going to have to make a call to fetch matches as well. All right, I'm going to go back here. I'm going to do a wait save swipe so that I make sure that that loads completely. And then I do a wait. What was the other method called? Load matches. Load matches. So every time I do a swipe, I also load the current matches. So maybe I'm doing this in another tab and it's going to load that too. This doesn't have to be the only way it's done. For example, one other way I could do this is to basically maintain an internal state, right? Every time I'm making a swipe, I update matches directly using set matches. So I'm not making an API call. But I prefer to do this because there is a side effect from that API call. We're actually initializing a conversation, right? We're getting a conversation ID back, and we need that conversation ID. So that's the reason why I'm doing this. So now if I go back and wait, what happened? Syntax error, const save swipe, await. Okay, this shouldn't be there. I don't know where this await came from. Const save swipe is async. This is going to be async because I'm using await here. All right, so now when I make a right swipe, it should update. So, okay, Leela Morris, I'm going to right swipe, go back here. Leela Morris is right here, right? So this is cool. Now, one optimization I can do is rather than have this await for all these to happen and then load random profile, which is asynchronous, I'm basically going to load random profile right away, and then this can happen in the background, which is, I think, a better experience because load random profile is async, right? I'm just going to invoke this and have it run. So it's a better way to do it. So I'm going to switch that around, and hopefully it's a little bit more performant. Okay, it's a little bit more performant. I'm going to go back here. Yeah, we have multiple. I'm going to have to get rid of that. But for now, this is working fine. We are able to get the profile to load as well as the swipe right to happen. When I do a swipe right, it is going to basically show up here. Now, how do I fix the duplicate problem? Well, in order to fix this, I need to go address that to-do that I had over here. When I'm creating a match, okay, I need to fix this. When I'm adding a match, I need to make sure that there are no existing conversations with this profile already, right? There are no existing matches. There are ways in which I can do this. For example, I can look for matches where the profile ID is the same as the request that's come in. And if that exists, then I'm basically going to skip. I'm not going to do anything, all right? That will fix it. I'm not going to do this now. I'm going to keep going in the front end and probably revisit this later. But this is basically what we need to do, right? One other thing we can do is kind of update the profile let's go over here. This one, profile repository, which is getting a random document, and we can avoid showing documents which have matches. Okay, there is a way you can do that. Again, that comes from the aggregation pipeline. You can add more steps in the aggregation pipeline to say, okay, if a random document that's picked also exists in the match document, when it's one of the matches, then don't show it. It becomes a little bit more complicated, a little bit more involved, and I don't want to get into that. I think the simplest way to solve the problem of duplicate conversations with the same profile is to basically just do this. Sure, you show the same profile, you can match, swipe right on the same profile again, but we will make sure that we are not creating a new conversation, right? It just shows up as one match. We will make sure that we are not going to create a new match and a new conversation. All right. We're going to pause that for now. We are not going to do that. Let's move on to the next things we want to do in the front end. Now we have the profile swipe screen and the matches screen. Now we need to have something happen when you click on a match, right? You click on something, we want a chat view to pop up with the conversation that corresponds to that particular match. All right, how do we do that? This is going to be kind of similar to what we've already done, but this time we will have to carry the context. You see here what we did was when we switch to the match screen, for example, we are basically loading the matches by using useEffect. All right. Here, when you click on something, we want to load the conversation using useEffect again, just like we did before, but we want the context to be passed in. So for example, when I click on this profile, that conversation needs to load. When I click on this profile, that particular conversation needs to load, and so on, right? Each one of these has a conversation ID that comes with it, okay? When we send the matches to it, so this matches stuff, each one of these has a conversation ID associated with it. So here, on select match is loading the chat window, okay? So that's what we are passing to this. You see here, we are passing load chat window. This has to be a little more involved, right? We're going to have to first make a call to get the conversation that is passed in, load the chat window, and then have the state maintained in it. Okay, so just like we have all these other states where we're loading the matches, I'm going to have a state for chat. Okay, so current profile and chat. All right, let's call it current match and chat, because we have current profile is what is being shown over here. This is a current match and chat. So whatever is the match that the user is interacting with. Okay, I'm also going to make this set current match and chat to be this. All right, so this is going to be an object where you have the match as this, and then let's call it conversation as, what do we have for conversation here? Conversation is ID, profile ID, and a list of chat messages. Okay, so this can be an array as well. So this is going to be current match and conversation. Long name, I know, but I think it's good to have this be consistent with what we have in the API as well. So, right, the current match and the conversation. This is going to be an empty match and an empty conversation to begin with. What we need to do is when somebody clicks on this thing, right? When somebody clicks on this thing, we're going to go make a call to the conversation API, fetch all the conversations, fetch all the messages for this conversation, and then save it to the current match and conversation so that the chat component can show that instead of this hard-coded thing, not this one. The chat screen, which is this one, can show that. All right. Okay, so I'm going to pass this thing in as an argument because we need to send the conversation to this. All right, so let's say chat screen gets the current match and conversation. Okay, let me call this separately. Current match and conversation are two properties that it gets. Okay, and here I'm going to pass in the current match instead of just the generic name. Okay, current match dot first name space current match dot last name. Okay, and conversation is going to be used over here. This is going to be conversation.map. Okay, each time there is a message, you're going to print that message. I think it's going to be message dot something. Okay, because if you see here, a chat message is basically the message text is what you want, and the author ID indicates who wrote that message. So I need to actually print out message dot message text is what gets printed over here. Okay, now I want to have a conversation load over here. When do we want to fetch it? Right now it's doing nothing, right? If I were to, let me save this thing here. If I go here, open a conversation, it's empty. In fact, I think it's going to show me an error. That's because it's undefined. Okay, now I need to do the same thing here for when this is empty. What is it complaining about? Current match is undefined. Okay, pass these two in here. We have an empty object, so as long as I pass in the two values, it should be fine. All right, the matches list here. I feel like, now I'm thinking, this is probably better suited in the matches list component rather than in the app component. This shouldn't be really global state. It doesn't have to be, right? As long as the matches list is keeping track of it, it should be fine. And I don't want to pass this all along across the matches list. So I'm going to go to the matches list component, and over here I'm going to use state. Okay, I'm going to make this curly brace because we have more logic here now. Curly, and then this is going to be return this, so that this is unaffected. It's basically what we had before, but now switch to curly. Now I'm going to say use state over here, right? I'm maintaining a state of the current match in conversation and set over here instead of in the main app. So once I have this, when I'm invoking the chat component, when I'm saying it has to call chat, I can pass in this stuff. See, on select match is coming from here. I can pass in whatever is that value that is passed in, right? So I'm again going to do similar things with the HTTP method. So one HTTP method to get the conversation. Just like your fetch matches. I'm going to say const fetch conversation. I'm going to send the profile ID. And what is the endpoint we have? We have the conversation controller, which takes in conversations/conversation ID. So what we need to pass in is not the profile ID. We need to pass in the conversation ID. All right. I'm going to say conversation/conversation ID, get the response, and then response.json gets returned. Perfect. Now, over here, when I'm calling the message selector, where I'm doing it over here, I'm going to say pass in the load conversation. I'm going to say const on select match is going to be, we're going to pass in the conversation ID, and we're going to pass in the profile. All right, we need to fetch the conversation first, right? We're going to fetch conversation and then set the current match and conversation to be the profile and the conversation, and we're going to set the current screen to chat, right? And we're going to send this over to on select match. We're going to say, hey, matches list, pass this thing in, right? Pass in the profile and the conversation to the function that gets sent in. And what this is going to do is it's going to fetch the conversation. When something is selected, it's going to fetch the conversation with the given conversation ID. It's going to set it to the state, okay? And it will set the current screen to chat. So I'm probably going to move this back to the main one. This shouldn't be here. It should be in the app along with this other stuff. Okay, now when the select happens on select match, right? When the select happens, I'm going to invoke this, but I'm going to be passing in those arguments. The first thing I'm going to pass in is match.profile, because I need to pass in the profile, remember? And the second is match.conversation ID, because what the match endpoint returns is, well, the ID, the profile, and the conversation ID. So I'm going to pass in the conversation ID to onSelectMatch. And onSelectMatch should, where is that method? Over here. OnSelectMatch should fetch the conversation based on the conversation ID, set it to the current match and conversation, and set the current screen to chat. All right, let's see if this works. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click this. Well, I get an error. Current match is undefined. All right, so again, I'm going to have to make sure that this thing doesn't load when the data isn't available. All right, let's go to chat screen, right? Current match could be empty. Well, in that case, I'm going to do this. Current match, question mark, return this, or return div loading. Good enough. Go over here, click on this. It is doing loading, but it's not doing anything. Well, I'm going to have to go fetch, make a call to the endpoint. Let's see what's going on here. Encountered 2 children with the same key. Keys should be unique. All right, let's see. Where are we getting the key? Conversation.map of index. This is something that's in a loop that it's saying, well, I found 2 of this with the same key. Now I need to figure out what it is that I rendered more than once. I'm basically printing out the messages, right? And each of these messages has a unique index. We haven't changed that, right? All right, let's go over here to where the chat screen is being rendered. It's in the render screen method. All right, here, I need to pass that in, and I haven't done that, okay? So what am I passing? The current match and the conversation. These two have to be passed in. So I'm going to go over here to current match is going to be current match and conversation dot match, and then conversation is going to be current match and conversation dot conversation. All right, let's see now. Switch to get the conversation, and I get the same error again. Conversation dot map is not a function. So let's take a look at what it returned. I'm going to go to the network tab, and we're finally doing some debugging. I'm going to go to the XHR tab, and here I'm getting the conversation here. Let's look at the response. It has empty messages. Maybe that's why. All right, let's go here and try and fix it. It's an empty array, so map should work, right? Map should be, okay, the response is the ID, the profile ID, and the messages. I think this is what's going on here, right? What I'm getting back, I need to just take the messages and not anything else. So the response to fetch conversation is basically a messages array. Where am I getting this? I'm doing the messages array over here. Match is profile, and conversation is the messages array. So that should be fine. Seems like that should be fine. I'm going to console.log of current match and conversation over here, because I want to see what it contains. Okay, go to the console, clear this out, go here. Oh, this one is what's giving an error, right? The profile, the matches need to have a key. All right, we can fix that. But this is where it says conversation is an ID. Okay, I need to get dot messages. Fair enough. That was the error. So what I do here is conversation dot messages. Okay, so conversation dot messages. So this way, I'm getting just the array over here. So this should ideally fix it. Okay, there we go. So it is able to fix it. Now, all right, let's do it one at a time. We're going to first fix the key error so that the matches don't throw an error. So where are the matches here? Matches.map. This one is because there are duplicate keys. So I'm going to basically not rely on that. I know that there shouldn't be duplicates, but just not going to rely on that. I'm just going to create my own surrogate key. Match. And then index. I'm going to use an index. So even if for some reason there are duplicates in the match, it is not going to complain. You see that? Now that error should go away. Let's clear this out. Refresh. There seems to be one more warning here. We can take a look at that. But now when you go over here, you see you're not getting that error anymore. Okay, now I want to get the conversation for this match and then try to post something so that I can actually see that over here. Okay, let's go fetch that conversation first. So let's print out here the fetch conversation, console.log of fetching conversation ID. So we get the conversation ID that we selected. Clear this out. Choose this. We have the conversation ID here. Now I'm going to go to IntelliJ and I'm going to make a post request. I'm going to post a message to this conversation. All right. Where should that go? This should go to over here. Generate an HTTP client. We have the conversation ID over here. And then let me pick something that we've already done. We've done this before. All right, so here for conversations, I'm going to copy this and is this here? Author ID. We're going to pick the author ID from this as well, right? The match ID. I'm going to get this ID. Author ID. I'm going to say, hi, how are you? And I don't need to pass in the message time. And I'm going to make a post request here. All right, we've made a call to this conversation. I'm going to go back here and load this. There we go. We get the message. All right, I'm going to do one more. How was your day? And now go back here. We get the messages, which is what we wanted. We have the message wired in. So now, as long as the conversation exists, it should pull it up. Now I go to a different conversation. This doesn't exist, so it doesn't pull it up. Let's actually verify that by making a different call to this conversation, right? So I'm going to post to this one, and I'm going to post this match ID. All right, make a post request to this thing. And now I go over here, I get this conversation, I go over here, I get this conversation. Perfect. So we have the conversations wired in. When we click here, we are loading the conversation that we need. Next is to basically send from here and of course change the styling so that it looks a little different. Let's do that next. Now it's time to hook in the actual creation of a chat message. When I type something over here and click on send, it has to actually make a request, make a post request to that creation endpoint, which we just tested out using this, right? We tested out using this one. This needs to happen when we are typing a message here and sending this out, okay? Now, when you go back to this thing, every time we've had to hook in a real API endpoint, what we had to do was to create one method, which was basically just making a REST call, and another, which was a React version of it, which would make the REST call, but then also do some React-y stuff, right? Like put things on state, and update the state value using useState and all that. Well, for this one, we actually don't need to do the second part because we already have a piece which updates the state based on whatever is the current state of the conversation. And when I update the state, it is going to get that updated value automatically, right? So this should be a little simpler than all of the other stuff where we basically don't need that additional step. So I'm going to create const send message, And I'm basically going to pass in all the things that are necessary for the send message to happen. Go over here. What do I need to pass in? The message text and the author ID. That's all I need, right? Oh, of course, and the conversation ID. So I'm going to, let's see. For the author ID, we have this assumption of what the author is, right? When the user is typing a message, it's always author ID 1. It is by convention. We are going to be passing that in. So I'm going to skip the author ID here. I'm basically just going to pass in 1 to the author ID. And we don't have anybody else typing messages, right? Apart from the user, everybody else is a bot. So we don't need the author ID field, at least the current iteration of this app. So I'm not going to use that, right? So what we need to do is to make a post request to /conversation ID, and the method is going to be post, and the JSON body is going to be this stuff, the message text. Message text is going to be the message. The author ID is always going to be 1. And then what else do we need? That's kind of all we need, right? We're passing this to the conversation ID. That's all we need. So I'm going to await this, get the response, and then I'm going to basically do what I always do over here, which is to check if there is an error. If there's an error, throw, right? Fail to submit message. Okay, so I have a send message here, and this is all I need to do in this chat screen, right? When I'm sending a message, right now I'm basically doing a handle send, which just does console.log of input. What I need to do instead is to say send message, but of course I need to pass the conversation ID here, right? Conversation ID needs to be passed in. Or I could pick that up from the state. That's fine too, but I'm just going to use this here, conversation ID. And here, I should have the conversation. So the current match, what are we passing here? We are passing the conversation, and the conversation should have the conversation ID. Well, let me actually just pick that up, right? So I'm going to say send message, which takes the conversation ID and the message. Okay, so I'm going to say conversation.id and then the input. All right, when we get the conversation, we have both, right? We have the conversation ID. Fair. All right, let's see if this works. I'm going to pass this in here and refresh, get the match, go over here. I type hi. Does this send it? Conversation / undefined. There seems to be a missing conversation ID here. So let's go try and see what's going on. Fetch conversation of conversation ID. Sorry. Send a message of conversation ID. So why is this missing? Conversation.id is empty. Now why is that empty? When I'm sending a message, current match, conversation, and input, I'm going to print all 3 of them. All right. Okay, so we have the current match. This is fine. The conversation. The conversation is basically just the messages, which is the problem. I need to pass in the whole conversation object. I'm right now passing in just the messages, which won't do. Okay, let's get to that point. Here, conversation. What does current match and conversation have? The match and the conversation. Okay, I'm going to basically send both the conversation itself. This was the mistake that I did. I shouldn't do that. Now, when I do this, I'm basically getting the entire conversation object, which means that over here, I'm going to need to do conversation.messages.map because I'm not sending just the array, I'm sending the whole thing. All right, let's see. Conversation.messages is undefined. What do we call it? Conversation should no longer be an array. Let's refresh. I have this, and when you click on one, okay, now it seems to be working fine. Let's try. Okay, that has sent something. Something has happened. Let's see. It seems to have sent this. Let's go back and verify. Okay, so that's been sent. We need to update the state after the message is sent, right? Right now I'm sending the message, but I'm not updating the state here, right? It has been updated, but the state isn't updated. I have to go back here and click, and then it works. Okay, let's test one more thing. Hey, how are you? Send this, go back here. This one has those messages. This one has this message. Perfect. So I'm going to go back to my component here. After, when I do a handle send, I also need to update the state. Now this handle send is over here in the chat screen. The refresh state is in the app component, so I'm basically going to move this out. All right, I'm going to have that passed in handle send. All right, and over here, I'm going to go back over here, const handle send. I'm going to pass the input because the input is in that component and we don't have access to that. So go here and basically pass all these things in, right? I'm going to say input and the conversation and input. I'm going to pass handle send to the component here, the chat screen. Pass in the current match, the conversation, and then the handle send equals handle send. And over here, I'm going to call handle send with those arguments. What are the arguments that I need? Conversation and the input. Okay. I'm going to pass in the conversation and the input. Let's see if this still works fine. Okay, go over here. Hello, submit this. Okay, that didn't work fine. Let's see what's the error. Set input is not defined. Okay, that's because the input is somewhere over there, right? The input is in the other input is over here. Okay, and it really doesn't make sense for me to take that out as well. So here's the problem, right? There are two things that this handle send needs to do. One is update the state, which is in the app component. The second thing is clear the input, which is in this chat screen component, right? I don't want to bring the state over here, and I don't want to take the input, move it over there, because those are conflicting interests. So what I'm going to do is change this method to basically put that thing back. Okay, so I'm going to get this thing and put it back. Handle send goes back over here. It should send the message. It should set input. Only thing extra that it needs to do is to refresh state. So I'm going to say refresh state as a function and have this alone be passed in, instead of the whole handle send, which is not a concern for the external app. All that the app cares about is that you update this and then you refresh the state. So that's all this is going to do. Okay, so I'm going to say refresh state equals refresh chat state, and const refresh chat state is basically going to fetch the conversation, right? Set current match and conversation. This is what it needs to do. Let's see if this works. Hello, submit. Okay, look at that. It's working fine now. I'm sending a message and it is updating it. Well, not quite. Is it doing it? Let's see. Test. It seems to be going one step behind. So this requires a little bit of debugging. Let's see what's going on here. I think it has to wait for the thing to get updated and then do a refresh state. So I think I will have to await this. That means that this needs to be async. Wait for the send message to complete because we want that to update, and then do a refresh state. That might be the problem. Let's see. I'm going to go over here to a new profile and type this. Okay, this seems to be working fine now. Okay, so now we have the chat thing working. Now I'm going to do a couple of things next. I'm going to wire in the AI response so that when we type something, the AI is going to return a response. And then we're going to color code this a little bit differently once we have those two responses. That's what's going to come up next. All right, this is the finale, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final piece of our application where we are going to send a message to a profile and we will leverage AI to create a response for that profile and send it back to us. Of course, this application is not perfect. As with the Code With Me series, I try to cover the most important and impactful features. We can, of course, spend days on this thing, tweaking all the finer things. But as far as the important features are concerned, a message from a profile so that we have a conversation is right there. And so for the final piece of this whole process, we're going to implement a response from the profile. So when you click on a profile, you match with a profile, and you're having a conversation with that profile, we want the LLM to respond to us as if it's talking like that profile. So if there is a profile that says, okay, this is an adventurous person, the response needs to be of somebody who is adventurous. If the profile says, okay, they're an introvert and they like to read books and spend time indoors, the profile needs to have that as the persona of the response. And also, we need to give that profile information about you, because a typical Tinder match will know who they're talking to. So we need to tell the LLM, here's your persona and here's the persona of the person you've matched with. Now speak as if that persona is speaking, right? We're going to make the LLM do this. So think about where this interaction needs to be. Where does this hook need to be for the LLM? Here, we are adding a message to the conversation, right? This is where you make a post request and send the chat message in the request body. We take that chat message and we save it to the conversation. And now we are sending messages and the conversation is just us, right? Just the user sending messages. So what happens typically in an interaction? The user sends a message and then the other person, whoever we are talking to, sends a response back. So in this case, when we add a message to the conversation, we need to say, hey, LLM, send a response back, right? Return something. So figure out what the next message of the conversation is and send back. And when you're sending that message back, take the persona of this particular person. So I'm going to do this over here. This is what needs to happen. Okay, so here I need to say conversation.messages.add of the LLM message. Okay, we need to do this. Now, one thing I want to do is go to the application properties file and change the ID to user. I had the ID of 1 hard-coded in the profile, but I'm not sure I like it. I like the fact that it's explicitly called out as user. This is a personal choice. You can leave it as 1. It's not going to make a difference. But we are going to be using this to identify if a certain profile is the active user of the application or one of the Tinder AI profiles. So if you leave it as 1, you have to use 1 wherever you're checking it, right? For example, when we're sending a message from the front end to the back end, we've been passing 1 to it, right? When the user writes a message and we send it, we assign the profile ID as 1. Now we're going to have to change that to user. So make sure you make the corresponding changes. Not necessary, but I feel like this is a better representation of what this profile is. It is the user of the application. So I'm just calling it user here. Now I'm going to create a new service, all right? I'm going to create a conversation service in the conversations package. And in that service, I'm going to put a method, which is the method that generates the LLM response, all right? So I'm going to go here and create a new Java class, and I'm going to call this conversation service. Okay, and this is going to be a Spring Boot service so that I can inject the service into my conversation controller. Right over here, I'm going to say private final conversation service, and then I'm going to inject that into this controller using constructor injection. I know that I've done, auto-wired somewhere and constructor injection somewhere. So it's better to use constructor injection. So when in doubt, just do that. Okay, now I'm going to go over here and let's say I create a method in the conversation service which is responsible for generating that LLM response. I'm going to call this method generate profile response. This is something that takes in a conversation and then it adds a message to that conversation. It returns that conversation back. Public conversation generate profile response. So it needs to take in the input conversation. So this could be in the middle of a conversation. There could be like 5 messages exchanged, right? Every user message is going to warrant a new response from the LLM. And that user message could be the very first message of a conversation, or it could be the 10th message in the conversation. So when generating a response, the LLM needs to know all of the previous messages that have happened so far. So I'm going to pass the whole conversation, and I'm going to pass in the character or the profile that the LLM needs to behave as. It needs to know who it's talking as. So I'm going to call this profile. And then I also need to pass in the user. Who is it talking to? Okay, so in my case, I have Kaushik, I have my age. So when the LLM is responding, it needs to know, okay, it's responding to Kaushik, so it can use my name in the messages and all that. So I'm going to pass in another profile object, which is the user. So these 3 should be enough. We pass in the conversation that's happened so far. We pass in who the LLM needs to behave as, and we pass in who it is talking to. And then we give all this information to the LLM in a prompt and then say, generate the next message that this particular profile would have responded if this were a Tinder conversation. That's what we're going to do. Now, in order to do this, I, of course, need the OpenAI service. So I'm going to wire in OpenAI chat client, OpenAI chat client. I could use the Ollama chat client. If you don't want to pay for OpenAI and you want to keep things local, you can change this to have it be the Ollama chat client. It doesn't matter. We're going to use the chat client interface, which is this stuff. So it's and model client and all that. So we don't need to do anything specific to Ollama or OpenAI. The rest of the code is going to remain exactly the same. But here you can choose whether you want the OpenAI chat client or the Ollama chat client. I'm going to stick with OpenAI for now and then perhaps switch to Ollama later if you want to see how to hook this up to a local LLM so you're not paying money for every interaction. Remember, this thing can get expensive. If you're hooking up to OpenAI and then you're having, let's say, a long conversation with a profile, every time you send a message, guess what? You're sending the whole conversation, right? So the context size is going to become big. And first of all, it's going to break at some point. If you have super long interactions, the context size is going to exceed what the OpenAI API can accept, and that's going to break. And even if it doesn't break, you're going to run a huge bill. So be careful here. For anything longer, I suggest using the Ollama chat client. All right. Now, what do I do here to prompt OpenAI to do something? I need to call the chat client. Let's call this chat client so we are not binding it to a specific technology. This can be OpenAI or Ollama, whatever. I need to do chat client dot call. Okay, chat client dot call takes in a prompt. Now, what is a prompt? So let's say prompt equals new prompt. Now, prompt takes in, I think, a list of messages. All right, this one, a list of messages. So there is a class called message. You basically create a list of messages and then it is going to return the next message in the list, which is what a chat client is all about. When you're interacting with a chat client, it's basically a conversation. You send a message, the AI sends a message back. And you send a message, the AI sends a message back. Every time you're sending a message, you're sending to the LLM not just your message, but also the previous messages. right? That's how chat clients work. So what we are doing here is exactly the same, isn't it? We are having a conversation with a profile. Every time we send a message as a response to a profile's message, we are going to send the whole conversation so far to the LLM. So what we need to do is we need to create a new list of messages, okay? And it actually created an inner class here, which is not what I wanted. Okay, so we need to create a new list of messages. So let's do that first. So basically the idea is we create a list of messages, okay, and then it's not this message, right? Remember, there are a lot of messages here. So we need to know which message you're importing. This is this one, org Spring Framework AI chat messages. This is what we want, okay? We need a list of those messages. There are a lot of classes with the name messages, so be careful. So we need to create a list of messages here, which is going to comprise of all of the messages in this conversation, right? Next, we need to pass those messages to a new prompt. And then we need to say chat client.call of the prompt. And what we're going to get back is a response. We get a chat response. Okay, and then we can open the chat response and see what the LLM responded and then use that. All right. So how do I get a list of messages? Basically, I need to take every message in this conversation and convert it into one of these message instances. Now, the message instance has multiple types. Okay. So there is a user message and there is a system message, right? So let me write this here. So there is user message, which is basically what you prompt to the LLM, right? Let's say you go to ChatGPT and say, hey, ChatGPT, I need help writing a for loop, okay? So that's a user message, okay? And then when the LLM responds back, that is what's called an assistant message, okay? This is also, a user message is an instance of message, an assistant message is also an instance of message. So when the LLM responds back with, okay, here's how you write a for loop, that is an instance of message as well, but that is of type assistant message. There is a third type of message, which is called a system message. Okay, a system message is what you define as the prompt and say, okay, ChatGPT, talk to me like a pirate. And then you say, how do you write a for loop? And then the assistant message goes back, har, har, this is how you get the idea, right? So you basically, the system message sets the context about how the interaction should be. And then the user message is the actual question. And the assistant message is going to be the response to this message in this context. I hope that makes sense. So what we need to do is to first create that list of messages, all right? I'm going to start by creating the system message first. I'm going to say system message equals new system message. What does it take in as an argument? Let's see, I think it takes a string as an argument. Yeah, it takes a string as an argument. So I can just say pretend to be a Tinder user, all right? I'm going to keep this very simple. I need to give it the instructions about the profile, right? I need to say pretend to be a Tinder user who has this particular profile, but I'm not doing that yet. I'm keeping things very simple. Okay, that's the system message. Now I'm going to take the user message, which is from this conversation. Okay, I'm going to look at the conversation. Let's say conversation of dot messages dot, let's say, get first. All right, I'm going to get this conversation message and I'm going to message text, right? And I'm going to say user message text. This is a string equals this message text, and now I'm going to make the user message here. The user message is going to be user message, which is again from that same package. User message equals new user message of user message text. Okay, and I'm not going to do the assistant message here, right? Not doing for now. So this is going to be a simple interaction where you have one system prompt saying, we're basically telling the LLM, pretend to be a Tinder user, and it's literally taking the first message as the user message, whatever you type first. You say, hi, how are you? That's going to be the only message in this thread, okay? It's going to ignore everything else that's going on in this conversation. And I'm going to skip the assistant message. I'm going to create a new messages here. List messages equals list dot off. We have system message and then user message, right? We're going to send both and we're going to get a response back from ChatGPT, right? So let's say I run this thing and I pass in a conversation, I pass in a message that says, hi, how are you? What we are sending to OpenAI is pretend to be a Tinder user, then user message is, hi, how are you? And then it's going to get back a response. That's about it, right? We're just picking one thing from the conversation for now, just to test this. And after this is working, we're going to move on to adding all of the messages from the conversation over here, right? So I'm going to get back a response, and then I say response dot, okay, there's something called get result. Okay, there's something called get output, which gives us the assistant message, which is what we want, right? We're going to get output, and then from here you should get the, get content is what we want. So I'm going to print, I'm just going to print this, right? I'm not going to do anything else. I'm just printing this here. And I'm going to do system out println. This is the response from OpenAI. Okay. And why is it complaining? I need to return the conversation. All right, I'm just going to return the conversation as is. I'm not doing anything else here, right? I'm just going to return the conversation as is. I'm going to go here to my controller and I will just call the conversation service dot generate profile response. I'm passing in the conversation. I'm passing in the profile of the match that we've had, and then the profile of the user, although we are not using any of this stuff, right? What we want to see is when this gets called, it goes over here, creates a mock response, and then it returns, it just prints the output and then it returns as is, right? So I'm going to run this now and go over here to the conversation controller and let's do a request. All right, so I'm going to make a post request to matches here. Well, we have a post request to matches. So we're going to make one match over here and I'm going to fetch the match to get the conversation ID, right? So this is the match we've made and here is the conversation ID. And now I'm going to go here to this conversation, paste in the conversation ID, and let's say the message text is, I'm going to ask something specific because I want to know if the LLM can give back a response based on what we have asked, all right? I say, hey, how is your day going so far? Pretty lame Tinder opener, but you get the idea. We're doing this just to test. And the author ID is user, right? Because we're posting this as the user. So I'm going to hit send and well, I get an internal server error. Interesting. Let's take a look at the logs. This is weird. What is the error? Cannot invoke because chat client is null. Okay, I get it. I need to wire it in. I haven't done that. You see this? I've just declared this and I haven't wired this in. All right, so I'm going to create a constructor. I'm going to create a constructor with this as an argument so that this thing is not null. I need to either auto wire this or create a constructor. I'm making rookie mistakes. All right, so let's restart and we'll try to run this thing one more time. Okay, so we have, let's get the matches. We have one match with this conversation ID. It should be the same conversation ID over here. Yeah, we have the same conversation ID. We're going to say, hey, how is your day going so far? and we're going to make a post request, and we are not going to get anything back because we haven't changed the conversation. And here's a response from OpenAI. Hey, my day is going pretty well. Thanks for asking. Just finishing up some work and now relaxing for a bit. How about you? What have you been up to today? Awesome. So if this is devoid of personality. It's making a very generic response because it doesn't know who to talk as, but at least we have something here. What I can do though is basically take this whole conversation and map it into the kind of structure that it needs, right? So basically what it needs is a system message, which is the prompt. And then in this conversation, depending on who is the author of that conversation, right? If the author happens to be the profile, then it has to be the assistant message. If the author happens to be the user, then it has to be the user message. So basically I can convert this conversation into a list of these messages, and I can basically give that to the prompt and say, here is the conversation that's happened so far. Now come up with a response, right? That's what I need to do. So I'm not going to touch the system message, but here I'm going to basically take the conversation dot messages, and now for each message, I'm going to map it to either a user message or an assistant message. So I'm going to do a stream dot map of message. Basically, I'm going to go look at the author, right? If message dot author ID dot equals of user, because that's the name of the user that we've got. Or in fact, let's actually do this. Let's actually check for this, because we don't want to bind it. Like we change user, I don't want to put it into a constant and all that. Let's make something that's guaranteed to be true. Profile dot ID. How about that? If the message author ID is equal to the profile dot ID, what do we need? We need to map this message to assistant message, right? I'm going to say return new assistant message of message dot message text. If not, this is going to be a user message, right? As simple as that. So I'm going to say return user message of message dot message text new. It's going to take that conversation and convert it into the kind of messages that this thing expects, right? And then I'm going to end this with a to list. So I'm going to get a list of messages over here, and this is going to be the list of messages, not this one. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this. And now I can take this list of messages and prompt to this. Why is this complaining? Okay, it has to be a list of abstract message. Okay, I can convert it into abstract message because it can be either, right? Yeah, abstract message implements message. Okay, so there's going to be a list of abstract message. How about I do this? I'm going to create that list of messages. All messages equals new array list. I'm going to add all messages dot add of the system message, because that needs to go first, and then all messages dot add all of these messages. Let me name this properly. Conversation messages. Okay, because these are the conversational messages. So I'm going to add the system message, I'm going to add all the conversational messages, and into the prompt I'm going to pass in all messages. Okay, so I'm going to pass that in, and I'm going to get back the response. And now instead of printing the response, what I need to do is add a message to this conversation. Now we have a response from AI, right? That needs to go into our conversation. Okay, so I'm going to say conversation dot messages dot add of a new chat message. Okay, what do we need to pass into the new chat message? What does the chat message need? Message text, author ID, and message time. Okay, so it's going to be the message text. The message text is going to be the response dot get result dot get output dot get content. That's the message text. The author ID is going to be the profile ID, right? Because this is what the profile said. So the profile dot ID, and then the date will be local date time dot now. Now I've added this message to the conversation and I'm going to return this conversation. Perfect. Now this should ideally wire this in so that we have an ongoing interaction rather than just a one-off thing, right? Every time a conversation comes in, we are going to convert the whole thread into the kind of messages required by AI and pass that to the prompt. We're going to get one response back. We're going to take that response, convert it into a chat message as if the profile said it, and add it to the conversation, and we're going to return that conversation. All right. So every time this happens, we're going to get a new thing added. All right. Let's run this and verify. We are not adding a prompt about this profile. Again, it's going to be a generic response, right? All we're saying is pretend to be a Tinder user, but it'll be in the context of this conversation. All right. I'm going to go back here and let's get all the matches. We have this one match and we have one message in the conversation. I'm going to pass in another message for the user, which is basically, how are you feeling? Kind of as a continuation for that message, because this conversation has, hey, how's your day going? And then how are you feeling, right? I'm going to make a post request as the user. It is going to come back with the, you see that? Here are the two user messages. And we have a bunch of, we asking multiple times, how is the day going so far? How is the day going so far? How are you feeling? But the response is, hey, I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. We're just relaxing and enjoying the day. How about you? How has your day been? All right, I'm going to send a response saying, been very busy coding and recording a YouTube tutorial. All right, so this is a response to what is asked. So this is going to get added to the conversation, and this whole added conversation is going to go to the LLM, and it's going to come back as a response which gets added to the conversation, right? So I'm going to hit send. All right, now let's see what the LLM responded. Wow, that sounds like a productive day. What kind of coding are you working on, and what's your YouTube tutorial about? Okay, I'm going to respond again. It's a code with me tutorial about building an AI Tinder application. All right, I'm going to say code with me programming tutorial about this. Do you know how to code? All right, I'm going to hit send. Again, we're going to get back the response. All right, that sounds really interesting. Building an AI Tinder application sounds like a fun and challenging project. I dabble a bit in coding. What languages are you using for your tutorial, and what specific features are you implementing? You see this? So now it's getting the context. It's responding as a single thread, which is exactly what we want. So we have a semblance of a user interaction in place. Now what we need to do is to add in the profile, to add in, respond like this, okay? Respond like this profile, talk like what that profile would talk like, okay? So I'm going to add that to the system message. System message is not going to be just, hey, pretend to be a Tinder user. It is going to be something a little more involved. System message str, and let's actually create that. String system message str equals, and because I'm going to be plugging in a whole lot of things from the profile, I'm going to use string templates. Str dot triple quotes. Right, now I can plug things into this, right? So I'm going to say you are a -year-old person, all right? So I'm going to say you are a, let's say, profile profile dot age, year old, profile dot ethnicity, profile dot gender. Okay, so it's going to be like a 25-year-old Asian woman or a 30-year-old black man, whatever, right? So it's basically that's the structure of this prompt. It basically says you are a blank-year-old blank blank matched with a user old. Let me break this down into ethnicity, gender, called. I'm going to give it the name because it's helpful for the LLM to respond with a name, right? If I say my name is Kaushik Kotagal, the response can be, hey Kaushik, right? It's usually it should be smart enough to do that, right? So I'm going to say user dot first name and then user dot last name. Let me actually give the profile's name as well because it needs to know what its own name is, right? Called profile dot and then profile dot last name. Okay, you are a -year-old -- called -- matched with this again about the user on Tinder. All right, this is an in-app text conversation between you two, right? Pretend to be the provided person and respond to the conversation as if writing on Tinder. Your bio is, and I'm going to give it the user's bio. I mean the profile's bio, right? I'm going to say profile dot bio. Make this a new line. And your Myers-Briggs personality type is profile dot Myers-Briggs personality type. I think it helps to say what the user's Myers-Briggs personality type is as well, but or maybe we can just leave it as a mystery and have it figure out. Respond in the role of this person only. Okay, now we have a system message. I don't know if this is good enough, but we can try it. Okay, so this is the system message and I'm passing that over here. So now what's going to happen is we are not just saying, hey, respond as a Tinder user. We are saying respond as a user with these attributes, and you're talking to somebody with these attributes. And now here is the conversation so far. Go. Okay, we should get a slightly better result. Let us see. All right, so I'm going to, here's another thing I'm going to do. I want to clear out everything before I start because there is an existing conversation, there are existing messages which I don't quite like. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the main application and I'm going to wire in all of the repositories and I'm going to clear them out. All right, I'm going to say clear all data. And I'm going to create this method. And let me wire in the repositories. Private profile repository, private conversation repository, private match repository, right? And I'm going to basically add auto wired for all of them. And these three ones, I'm going to say profile repository dot delete all. Well, you have to go the other way. Conversation repository dot delete all, match repository dot delete all, and profile repository dot delete all. The order doesn't matter here because it's MongoDB, there's no relation, but this is my RDBMS habit. I go, let's remove the conversation first, then the parent, and then the parent. There's no parent here, right? We're talking about MongoDB. But anyway, when I'm running, I clear out all the data, which basically delete all, and then I'm saving the profile. So basically only the profiles get created every time I restart the server, right? Which is what I want. I want to be able to create a new match, start new conversation every time, all right? So I'm going to save this, and let's restart our application. It's going to clear out everything, and we're going to start a new match and start a new conversation from there, all right? Okay, so we've started the application. I'm going to go here to matches. When I do a get of matches, there should be nothing. Okay, do you see that? There's nothing. It's an empty list. Perfect. Now I'm going to post a match. I'm going to use the same profile. That's fine. So I have one profile that I've matched with. Okay, this person is a chef and food critic, passionate about cooking and discovering new restaurants. Seek someone who loves good food and great conversations. All right, I'm going to take this conversation ID, and I'm going to make a post to this thing. All right. All right, I'm going to say, who doesn't love good food, really? All right, send, and we're going to get back a response. Right, it's one of life's great pleasures. What's your go-to comfort food? Okay, we know nothing about this use. Like this seems to be very generic. It could be told by anyone. What's your go-to comfort food? Okay, I will say life's greatest pleasures is this why you chose this profession, right? So I'm kind of hinting at the user's profile. Okay, so exactly, for me, food is an experience and a way to connect with people. People would want to get paid to eat and critique delicious dishes. What about you? What do you do for a living? You see that? So now it's getting into the specific thing that the user is involved in. I think it's doing a good job. It's kind of acting as it's a conversation as this particular profile. So I think I'm fairly happy with this thing. Now let me quickly tell you what to do when you have to switch to Ollama. Okay, so let's say you don't want to use OpenAI chat, you don't want to pay money for it, you want to use Ollama client. So basically all you need to do is change this thing to Ollama chat client, and that should really do it, right? I'm gonna of course have to change this thing here, and now that's gonna change everything to Ollama. Make sure you have Ollama running on your machine, and it is basically going to do exactly what we did over here, right? The responses might not be the same, depends on what model you have with Ollama. So here in my application.properties, let's see, I don't have any particular model set for Ollama, but depends on what model you have downloaded and installed. All right, so your results may vary. It's definitely not going to be as good of a result as you get with OpenAI. Let me demonstrate that. All right, with Ollama, what I've noticed is you might have to tweak the prompt a little bit more to make it a little smarter in terms of response and make the response a little better quality. But then again, all of this depends on what model you choose, right? So I'm again going to start from over here. When I do a get matches now, there are no matches. I'm going to go here and make a post over here. Wait, not the conversation. I'm going to have to make a post for matches. Now I'm going to get the matches. I'm going to get a new conversation ID this time. And let me go back to my previous message. Okay, this is my opener. I'm going to use the same opener and we'll see what it responds with. All right, I'm going to submit this. It's going to take a while because it's a local model. All right, so it gets back a response. Hey Kaushik, it's great to connect with you, someone who shares my passion for delicious dishes. I've heard amazing things about Indian cuisine. I think it picked up that I'm Indian. Have you tried any new restaurants lately or recipes you would recommend? You see, it's not that great. It has basically ignored my comment about the ridiculousness of somebody who doesn't love good food, and it basically has something very, very generic. All right, let's try one more thing. Okay. What does this ask me? Any new restaurants that you would recommend? I wouldn't dare suggest restaurants to a food expert like you. All right. I'm trying to strike up some kind of a conversation to see if it can get the context and respond accordingly. So, all right, now it did. Right. Humility is becoming of everyone, Kaushik, but if you insist, do share your favorite Indian restaurant or dish. I'm always up for trying new. I don't know why it's giving me this crazy hashtags. Don't worry, I won't hold you accountable if it doesn't meet my high standards. Okay, so it seems to be okay. Maybe if you're using Olama, you might have to tweak this to say, things like only respond with the user's text. Do not use hashtags. Keep the responses brief. All right, so these are things you can add to the prompt to make it, be a little more Tinder messagey. So you can basically tweak the prompt, see where it's messing up, and then kind of add that to guide it along, right? You most likely won't have this problem if you're using OpenAI because the model is smarter. So it tends to do a better job, but otherwise, just tweak the prompt. And now we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a conversational API where you can send a message. You can pick a conversation ID, send messages to this thing, and then it is going to respond as if it is talking like that profile. Isn't this awesome? Well, now let's wire this thing into the UI and see what that looks like. All right, now there's one small tweak I've made in the front end to accommodate the two-person chat, where I've basically styled the chat bubble differently, right? So when I'm doing conversation.messages.map and each message is getting mapped to a div, I'm checking who the author ID is, right? If the message.author ID is user, then I'm doing justify end, otherwise I'm doing justify start. And similarly, if the message author is user, I'm doing flex row reverse, otherwise I'm doing flex row. So basically the user message sticks to the right side and it is right aligned. The profiles message sticks to the left side and it is left aligned. All right. Similarly, I'm having a icon here where I'm showing the user icon from Lucid React. Okay. And if it is the user, I'm showing that user icon. If it is the profile, I'm showing that profile icon, which is the profile's image URL that gets displayed over here. Similarly, over here at the bubble itself, the message text bubble itself, if the message author is user, I'm choosing a blue color background with white text. If it's not the user, that means if it's the profile, the response that the profile gave us, it is gray background with dark gray text. All right. And I think before we run this, I think there is a certain place where I had the user ID as 1, and in between I changed it to user ID as user. So let's find that. I think I started out with user ID as 1 for whoever is the actual user, and then later I switched it. So let's fix that to make it consistent. All right, send message over here. The author ID needs to be user because we started out with having a user ID as 1, but then we switched it to have a hard-coded user ID as user. Like whoever is using the app, their ID is user. So I'm going to switch that over here. And now let's try this. Now, if you look at the results here, I can actually go back to the conversation. So this is a conversation that we had simulated in the API. So now you see this, we get the to and fro response, right? So here, the conversation that we've had is showing up over here. Let's do one more match, right? We're going to match with this profile, go over here and start a conversation. Use the same opener. Hey, how's your day going? And I hit submit. It's going to take a while because I don't have a a loading indicator, so it doesn't show anything, but if you're using the OpenAI API, it should come up pretty much instantly. So yeah, I get a response back. Hey Kaushik, my day has been pretty good actually. Wrapped up a project on sustainable housing this morning, so feeling accomplished. What about you? Anything exciting happening in your world today? Almost wrapping up a tutorial YouTube video. A productive us. Nice. What's the tutorial about? Curious to know what others are mastering. Maybe I can learn a thing. Okay, so this is doing well. So now we have basically a full Tinder application with a full interaction, and you can basically match with anyone and talk to them and so on, right? So this is it. This was a long journey, but I hope it paid off. I hope you folks had a lot of fun learning this, and I hope you will have a lot of fun, playing around with this application and just interacting with it. This is a fun application. I'm not gonna lie. This is something that you can really just play around with and have fun with as well. But this, we come to the end of this tutorial. I hope this was an interesting experience for you. I hope you learned a lot. Again, go to the link in the description to download the bundle that goes with the tutorial. It's going to give you all of the profiles and all of the images that you need. You can basically drop those files into your application and you can start your app, and you will be able to interact with these profiles and have actual conversations with them. I don't claim to say that this is going to be similar to what you would have as a conversation in actual Twitter app, but they are good conversations nonetheless. And I hope more than the conversations, I hope you learned how to build an application using Spring Boot and React and integrate with AI. This is a fascinating use case where you can kind of use AI to build an application that you wouldn't have otherwise built without the power of large language models. This ability to converse dynamically with interesting profiles is a fascinating use case. I enjoyed building this a lot, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. Let me know in the comments what you think. This video was a monster to make. I spent a lot of effort on this, and I really hope you let me know what you think and share this with your friends and spread the word. Thank you so much, and see you in the next one.